All right, let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Welcome, everybody. I'm very happy you're all here, and we may have some public drop in as the day goes by and other people get their things taken care of, but no one here right now.
Besides us.
Huh?
Besides us.
Besides us, we're in public, that's for sure. And that is one thing that Kelly has an icebreaker for us, but one of the things I'd like to have us do as part of our just welcome is maybe we do have to approve the agenda. Is there anything, any expectations anyone has they'd like to make sure that we cover in our conversations today under any of these topics? One of the things I'd like to have us do, it doesn't require agenda modification, but each of us say just a tiny bit about what we hope we get out of this retreat. The first day anyway, and we can have more days as we come up with action items, but also the value of us and getting together as a team. What is your expectations? To break the ice, I'll say, well, it's hard to keep in mind that we actually work for the public taxpayers of our community. This is a school district for our community, and that's who we are responsible for, is to our community. The purpose of the school is to provide a school for our community, and our job is to ensure that school is there and it's the best ever. So that's something that's really hard because there's no avenue for us. There's very few avenues for us to communicate with our community. And unlike many boards and commissions, we don't represent a certain area. We each represent the entire community. So I'm hoping how we connect with the community might come up during some of our discussions today. Anybody else?
Well, I would add, Anita, yeah, I'm excited to be here. I think the agenda looks good. I don't have any particular edits for it. I would say that I think it's good to have the structure of the agenda and the things we're going to talk about. And I just, having done some strategic planning, different meetings before, it's always a bit of a balance between sort of the bureaucracy of it and the formality of it and the meat of the thing. And so I just hope that we strike, I'm hoping we'll find that right balance to strike, and that we'll get right to the meat of some of the issues before the school. I think we have a lot of exciting things happening and a lot on the horizon for the school. And so I think about kind of a number of the short-term things over the next year that will be likely important and that are big decisions ahead of us, as well as what has been 2 to 5 years later look like. And so kind of coming into it, thinking a lot about kind of the shorter term issues, and then also the longer term things. And the longer term things for me tend to be thinking about facilities and kind of just given the limited resources we have, how are we going to continue to manage our facility issues and aging infrastructure, given those limited resources. So those are some of the things that are top of mind to me, but yeah, I'm excited to engage the agenda. Hopefully we get right into the meat of issues that will help the district and help Kelly in her role as leading the district.
I didn't know what to expect. I kind of think we'll get a good vision of what Kelly sees and what we can do to help her out. Let's see when Kelly started doing those deals on the board, it puts a better vision in my head, and I really like that.
We'll definitely keep doing that.
I think that's a good point, Bill, because I either like it up there in the big screen or right here in front of me. I don't like it on this. Or even on my tablet at home. I like either hard copy and then a great big screen up there. If I could remember what was up there, that'd
Yeah.
be better.
I'm happy to share those slides with you.
How about you, Joe? You're brand new.
Didn't know what to expect.
Well, I remember what you wrote for your, to go in the booklet, the ballot, voters pamphlet.
Yeah.
It was excellent. And it really showed me that your entire heart is with the community and the students. I thought it was very well written. I really was impressed with it.
Thank you. Here's something I wrote was well written. Oh, Melody helped me write it. Oh, that's right.
Hey. You guys ready for an icebreaker?
Sure, why not? Let's break the ice.
Let's do it. Okay, so
Did we approve the-
I'm excited.
Well, can't you come up with some icebreaker that then when Eric comes in, we can put him on the spot?
Well, I mean, if we do the approval of the agenda and public comment first, maybe he'll be here in time to do it.
Let's do it. Well, I move that we approve the agenda, as presented here.
All right.
Second it.
Okay.
Been moved and seconded to approve the agenda as presented to us. We have a regular agenda that was published for the public on the website. And then we have the middle part of the agenda in a simple chart like this that will really help us stay on track. Because it even has time limits.
Yes.
So that will help me. So any other questions, comments, or discussion before we before we vote? All right, all in favor of the agenda as presented?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? All right. Thank you. I voted aye.
Okay.
Okay. If I don't say no.
That's what I figure, but.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that because you asked for the vote, but you don't necessarily didn't say it.
Icebreaker?
Are we ready?
Let's do it.
She's just as
Do we have to get up?
You will in a moment. Okay,
I don't have to
so,
get up yet.
not yet. All right, first, a couple of things, just because we're gonna be here all day, some housekeeping things. If you get really stressed out, we have stress balls for you. They come with little inspirational messages, so
It's not gonna throw at people though.
it's not to throw at people. That's a different meeting. So if you need to remember to take a deep breath, you can come up and grab one. We have some probably super stale candy from pre-service days that was still in the bins. And if you guys stop talking, I have some talking chips to get you back going, okay? So like, we're prepared. However, we're gonna start with a game of Pictionary. Yes.
Okay.
So I want you to think about your favorite elementary school activity. Your favorite elementary school activity.
That was a long time ago.
I know, that's why it's gonna be so hard. Okay. All right, does everyone have at least an idea of what they might draw? I'll go first.
Okay.
All right. There are all kinds of markers up here. Mine should be pretty easy. Jessica, will you be our timer?
Yes. How much time?
I don't know. How talented are you guys at art? They're all
Oh,
giving me a
they're-
blank
I'm an
stare.
accountant, so good luck to you.
90 seconds.
90 seconds.
Alright. So when it's your turn, I want you to put your name. So we are labeling our drawings, because this will be eternalized.
Take accountability.
Eternalized.
All right. You tell me when it's good to go.
Okay, ready?
Yep, go.
Doing something at the window.
Oh,
Oh, Foursquare. Yeah, okay,
Oh,
that's the name of it, yeah.
What? Square?
Foursquare.
Where it's like the ball game, right? where you-
Yeah, you're,
Oh, she's
Yeah.
way too young. We were hopscotch.
yeah.
Yeah.
Finish. All right, there we go.
Surprised I got the name right, that's like a drop in the past right there.
All right, John, you're up.
You're young too. Yeah.
It's gonna be.
His is now.
I know, it's gonna, I know, he's gonna like put the times table up there.
Just give me a minute here to think on it. Okay to use that?
Absolutely, yeah, and then when we run out, we grab another.
Question.
And there are, that one will work, or there's a whole bunch of other different colors just to your left, if those might be better. What's your just favorite elementary school activity? It could be math, it could be Foursquare, it could be whatever. When you think of elementary school, what brings you joy?
I don't know.
Okay,
All right, you ready?
Ready?
thank you.
All right, go.
Basketball.
Drawing.
Hiking
Is that art?
mountains.
Art,
Art.
got it,
It's a painting of the outside.
yeah, yep. My little frame.
That's really good.
Unfortunately, I
Yeah.
didn't get to drawing any people, so that would be.
I mean, my stick figures are pretty great.
Yeah, that's pretty good, pretty good.
That's super interesting because that's the first thing I came up with because I won a prize for my drawing of forest and trees and mountains.
Oh, no
Oh,
kidding.
that's awesome.
So I thought that was my first thing, but I have another one, so.
Nice.
Actually, what I thought of is, I did always like in elementary school, the little craft things that you would do, you know, but then I was also just thinking about, I thought about art. We used to do this thing where we'd have like what do they call them, like an art docent, I think. Where they would come in with like a painting, maybe it was a famous painting or even a not famous, and they would just talk about it. And I was always like, that is cool, so it kind of nurtured this interest in art history for me.
Well, that's awesome.
Anyway, even though I'm no artist, but.
You get to call who's next.
We'll go Bill, we'll just.
All right.
Bill, does that leave you enough room or we can grab another piece of
Make
paper?
it small.
Okay.
Nice go, Bill.
Okay, here we go.
Yep.
Uh,
A person.
Yeah.
And nap time?
So that was the first thing that popped into my head.
Nap time?
Yeah.
Maybe sports, football, recess.
Bill's feeling the pressure.
now I'm drawing a blank now.
Like running or kicking, right? Okay. Did he kick the other guy down? Kind of.
Football.
Schoolyard fight.
You, yeah.
Schoolyard fight,
Red Rover?
not football, wrestling.
Teeter totters.
What
30
else?
seconds.
My time up?
No, you
Whoa,
got 30
Bill's
seconds.
hoping.
Yeah.
Shoot, I'm not very good thinking right now.
Basically, it's probably recess.
Close. I'm gonna quit right there.
All right. What was it?
PE.
I say,
Hoovers, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, exercise.
That's why we're keeping the drawings. I'm gonna be like, hey,
I was
Rachel,
close
just so
with
you know.
sports. Yeah, I missed this is my
When I
low
was
of the day.
a senior in high school, I took 4 PE classes.
And Joan, if you have a different color, there's a whole bunch of colors just to your left.
Yeah,
Okay, ready?
Okay,
here we go.
Go ahead.
Okay,
she's on it. She went up there.
oh, basketball.
No, that's right.
Oh, it's basketball?
I can't see.
I couldn't see yours either.
Something, it's,
Shower.
okay, it's in the gym. And there's something to the side there, like, assemblies.
Ooh.
Uh,
Upside down flag?
Also PE, gym class?
Yeah.
Gym class.
Rita?
Gym, PE.
Our classroom was in the gym,
no
Oh,
kidding.
and that was our classroom. Oh, here's the door.
For the new school, before this school.
So this was down. On just where the church is, yeah, the church.
Yeah. Our,
Church, the school.
Basically, yeah,
we
but
took
part of
over-
it,
We
it's
took
the,
over the lunchroom and we took over the gymnasium before the school was finally built.
yeah.
oh, that's awesome. All right, you got some athletes in the room. Who
Took
knew?
over the lunchroom with classes.
Huh?
Room with classes.
Yeah, our class was the lunchroom. There was a lunch counter right there.
Yeah, yeah.
And we had to go out to recess so other people could come in and get their lunch.
Mhm.
Now, let's see here.
What was that, where you lined up in the gym and there's people in the middle and the guys on the outside throwing the ball back?
Dodgeball.
I love that.
Yeah,
I love that too.
it's a good one.
We had Red Rover send so-and-so right over and pick the ball over the building, which we weren't supposed to do, but.
That's when, you know,
Yeah, that's
That
that's
wrist thing.
before, yeah, that's that.
that's that
That's
risk thing
before,
we're reading
I'm
about.
not an artist.
We're reading a book that talks about,
Yep.
yeah,
Have you
got
read it?
I mean, I've listened to a lot of that kind of stuff, so I feel like I have, but I
Yeah.
haven't heard it.
all right.
Really good, all right.
Oh,
There we
all
go.
right.
Okay.
Baseball.
Oh.
How can you see what you said?
I just saw a dress.
John's committed, he's getting up.
Merry-go-round.
Oh,
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, those were so much
So
fun.
the merry-go-round had these round things in the middle that you hung on to.
yes,
Mm-hmm.
And so you'd hang on to one and run till you gotta go really fast and then you hopped on.
Oh,
I think we should spend the whole rest of this meeting addressing all the legal liability issues, so that how we could get one installed here at this point. That would be it.
I mean, if we get that bouncy rubber stuff, maybe we can add some helmets.
I think those, and so sad those are gone for most all playgrounds.
There's a couple of, they don't have any merry-go-rounds, but they have some things that move that are for individual students at that park. In Hood River,
The children's park,
yes.
Yeah,
that
yeah, I've
children's
seen that
park
one.
there.
yeah.
Where
kind of a
those
small-
beaches and everything, they've got some nice little things kids can sit on and bounce the horse or whatever. Um.
We really need to come up with an epic challenge for her.
And of course, we also had the old fashioned swing sets, which you could swing all the way over the top bar.
Did you
got
have
high enough.
the big slides, the big metal
Yeah,
slides
we
that
had
were
a
like?
giant
Yeah.
slide.
That's what I should have put, like, that was.
Yeah, that was so,
Great
like,
memory.
unless it was like 100 degrees out and we were wearing shorts and you burned.
Burn
We would go
yourself,
find-
yes.
We would go find, we had this 7-Eleven that was down the street from my elementary school. And so you'd find like those cups or whatever, we would like find those cups. And then somebody'd go down on the slide to kind of like wax it to like get it really prime.
You guys are smart.
I know.
That's.
That's the great thing.
Well, that's interesting because at our house, we had, our house is kind of in a little bowl and the old road went up around it. Well, above the bowl on the old road is where Dad would split the wood.
Picturing death.
And then there was a slide that went from there down to the woodshed beside the house they just slide,
Here,
Yeah.
split the wood,
This is lunch.
put it in the slide and slide right into the
Okay.
woodshed.
Yeah.
Of course, as kids, we tried to slide on that. And every once in a while you get cut kind of bad, but
What you want?
so we had
Yeah.
our own slide at home.
Eric, would you like to participate in the icebreaker?
sure,
Pictionary.
absolutely.
Pictionary.
So
you get-
we'll give you a moment to get your order and then think about your favorite elementary school activity. And while you're doing that, we'll talk a little bit about the mission and vision work that is already happening. And I believe that I've shared some of this, but maybe not. So I just wanna take a few minutes to talk about, so that as we're going through, I think especially when we get to like the roles and responsibility and like the strategic goals and the school improvement plan, and all of that stuff, it's really important that we understand where we are as far as like reviewing our mission and vision statements. And so the building leadership team, which is myself, Ms. Lomax, and several certificated members, it's bargained in their CBA, who's on that leadership team, have undertaken the foundational steps to reviewing our mission and vision statement for the district. And as we go through that process, it'll start to help us hone in on maybe a district statement, an MAS statement, and a PCIA statement. And so the information we're using to inform our decision is kind of the continuous improvement framework, so that we can understand where we are and where we want to go and who we're serving. And then we can use that to come up with how we want to do it, a statement that drives our decision making. So that's a long way of saying, here is the plan. So the process that we're using overarchingly is a plan, implement, evaluate, and improve cycle. So we're working really hard on understanding where the district has been, where we are now, and where we want to go. So we're asking
With regards to,
students, programs, everything. So everything's centered in student success. Like, how do we serve students? How do we provide a high quality education? What have we done in the past? What do we want to keep doing? What do we need to adjust? How has the world around us changed that we need to adjust to? So all of those lovely things. So we're asking the questions, where are we now? How did we get here? Where do we want to be? And then how are we going to get where we want to be? And then reflect on, is what we're doing actually making a difference?
Well, one thing, the Pictionary is kind of showing us a little bit of where we used to be. And we'll see what Eric comes up with is his favorite memory from being in grade school. So up there you have art class, you have the merry-go-rounds, you have playing square ball, four square, and you have PE, and you have Joan, I forgot.
Just
In
being
the
in the
gym.
gym.
So Joan remembers in the old school, we had so many students, we not only took over the cafeteria as a classroom, we took over the gymnasium. And so she remembers a corner of the gym was a classroom.
which we built. The kids built the room in the gym.
That's so cool.
Well,
So what do you remember from grade school?
Alright, so I'm supposed to go up there and draw?
Yeah, and you have
Yeah.
to put your name.
Let's see if it's.
There are, the markers are off to your left.
Wait. And what was Bill's? Cause that looks, it looked,
PE.
oh, it looked like murder.
Yeah, I love that.
Like that.
Murder.
Oh.
He's doing sit-ups.
Alright.
Filling everybody's lunch money.
Look at all fancy this thing.
Oh, okay.
Okay, there's more colors off to the left too, if you want something other than blue. But blue works great.
Alright.
Baseball.
Oh, oh, Bill, you were just talking about it.
Dodgeball?
There it is.
Is it dodgeball?
It was, yeah.
Okay.
Played dodgeball out on the playground. And when we did it outside, it would be like one team would be throwing and it'd be against a wall against the back.
Oh, yeah.
And then the ball would come bouncing back to the team
Yeah.
that's throwing and then you'd squish it back, yeah.
Yeah, I love that. The ball was half flat. So
Sometimes.
Yeah.
But when I once saw a kid, like, because there was the wall behind you, get hit in the head, and it back, so, oh, it was pretty brutal.
So that kind of puts the emphasis on, one, we are awesome in having Mrs. McClarty to have art for our students.
So.
But I'm not sure we have enough recess time for our students.
Do they have PE classes?
Me too.
Yeah, that's what Rachel teaches is PE. And
Everybody underlined their name except Bill and I.
That's okay. We'll call attention to your.
We're
comments.
oddballs.
We're gonna memorialize that. It's gonna get framed and hung on the wall.
So come back.
Absolutely. Okay, so this is some of the stuff that we've already looked at. So the BLT has been looking at school demographics, building leadership team.
Thank you.
Yep. We've looked at historical demographics for the district and the schools, students, staff, and then the greater community. And we're really right now where we are in the process is digging into the perceptions, culture, climate, values, and beliefs. And we're going to use that to inform a draft of a future mission and vision statement. So I'll walk you through some of the steps that we've already done. We've looked at who we are and how did we get where we are from a demographical perspective. So we've looked at enrollment and breakdown of female male, breakdown by some demographic data, including some racial data and some income, like low income, foster care, mobile, high cap, so like talented and gifted, highly capable. And looked at kind of
now,
where
is
we're
this
at.
demographic of students or the community?
This is the student data. Yeah. And then over here on the right is the county. So this, sorry, it cut off the headings. This is MAS, the column farthest to the left. See my little, is this? See. No. The column in the blue is PCIA. And then the white first one is Skamania County, the next one is Klickitat County. So it's got population, median income, housing units, median age. So we dug pretty deep into the data of what's happening in our city.
Can I have you back up one scroll?
Norm?
Okay. I'm kind of lost here. Who we are and how did we get here? Who
So-
are we?
We're looking at like, who do we serve? What do our students look like? Are they,
Oh, the students.
yeah. And what's our community around us look like? Do we reflect our community? Do we have a very diverse community and non-diverse student population? Do we kind of match the greater community around us? And then also like, some of the data that really stood out was some of the information around, like how many of our students would be considered low income. And so, who might be coming to us more hungry than we expect, or might not have the supports at home that they had in the past, and that might make some things look different, right?
So who's providing the historic value
This
of
is,
our community?
so all of this is available through,
So this is all just data.
this is all just data.
So where do we get the people part?
Well, this is telling us what the people, who the people we're serving are, so that we understand.
Why are we doing this?
So that we can just kind of dig into a better understanding of our student body and the community around us. So like one of the things that can really impact learning is if a kid comes to school hungry. right? And if we're all assuming that our students are coming to us fed and they go home and they have a computer and they can do their homework and they have two parents in the household to help them. That's really different than if our students are walking through the door because they're gonna get breakfast. And they don't have anyone to help them at home do their homework. And they maybe don't even have solid, reliable internet. It will inform kind of how we approach education and what extra things we might need to do to have students be ready to learn.
And this isn't nothing new. When I was in grade school, our house burned up. We lost everything we owned.
Wow.
And we'd come to school. And they'd take my family, my kid, brothers and sisters in the lunchroom and feed us and stuff.
Yeah.
So it's happening clear back in the sixties.
And I think we have to take a step back and look at families before we look at students, because the family unit is very critical to a student's success, as you have just pointed out. But we need to make sure we're looking at the families in our specific community that this school serves. And then we have families who choose to send their student here for a variety of reasons. But if we look at the families we have now, I think that's really very, very important. Because. Were you gonna say something?
I was, yeah,
Go ahead.
but I was gonna say, like, it's provided the context and the landscape that this all operates in. And we can't divorce, or this can't be an island, right? It's just more context here.
Well, and especially when we consider the, like, the greater population data, just to kind of look at what is out there. Because PCIA is 100% choice transfer. We know that in order to enroll enough students, we have to consider students who could realistically get to PCIA, right? And so thinking about that, we looked at data for all of Skamania County and then Klickitat County, because we have several students currently who live in Klickitat County that come. So that might be our draw for, especially at PCIA. So we just wanted to know, like, what is happening around us? And how does it need to factor into the programs that we're developing? Things like, breakfast after the bell. Like, we're seeing a lot of students be able to eat, and things like that. And so we're kind of getting a snapshot of what is happening to do exactly that, lay the foundation for who is in our building. And
I think the environment they go home to that you mentioned is very critical. So if we can understand, because we have a lot of new people that have no idea what this community is like, whether they're from out of district or they just moved to this community. This community is significantly different than the other communities in Skamania County. And there are several differences. And the history of this community is somewhat different than other communities in Skamania County. So if we know what kind of environment that we have that starts all the way back with great grandparents and comes down to the students that are here. And then we get a picture of why students choose to come here as well.
so this is kind of where we are right now, is collecting information on the perceptions around school culture and school climate, and then the values and beliefs. So we've been spending a lot of time talking about how we would like to improve the surveys that we're sending out to the community. And we're looking at different options that are true and tested for validity, as opposed to building something in-house. So in the past, many of our surveys that have gone out to the community have been something that was created by a district employee, or by maybe someone at ESD 112. And so we'd like to kind of find a survey that is been created in a way that will give us more longitudinal data, because we'll be able to ask the same questions year over year, and that people who do that for a living have created it and ensured validity and things like that. So when we talk about our mission and vision statement in the building leadership team, we're really focused in on getting into a cycle of like forward looking. Where are we now, but where do we want to go? And then framing that in our mission statement so that we can always ground our work in like, what's the goal, right? So what is the goal of the district? And we can always bring it back to being really student centered.
I don't remember getting a survey, am I,
We haven't done it yet. We haven't sent it out. It'll go out by the end of the year.
okay, but in the past, didn't we say we?
Yeah, one went out, one got mailed out last year to, Jessica, do you remember how many we sent out?
Yeah. A lot.
A lot.
It was a lot.
Through postal mail?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so we used all of the zip codes around us.
Yeah, it was a lot.
It was a lot.
We did Lyle.
Wow,
Yeah,
All of
a
White
lot.
Salmon,
lot.
Underwood, Carson Stevenson, Morgantown.
What was the response rate?
Very low.
Which is just kind of like the environment that we were operating in. Now it's very
Exactly,
hard to
yeah.
get responses
It
to
is.
surveys. And it's hard to getting survey results that reflect how the community actually feels. It's kind of very difficult. Because you get a very small skewed perspective of respondents. And usually it's gonna be if a few people have a strong feeling, that may be what you get as a response. And so it's hard to.
And that's one of the discussions that I was hoping we could have today is to talk about like. Who ensure that we have thought of all the stakeholders that the board has thought of, right? So we already have plans for getting student input. We have plans for getting staff input. We have plans for sending out a survey to the community that we serve and then the communities that we draw students from. But you guys are the experts on what's like the area and the community. And so I wanted to take a couple minutes today and just go through like the timeline that we're looking at and then like stakeholder input and make sure that we all agree on kind of what should come next. And that when we do bring you a draft of a mission or vision statement, you feel like we've reached out to all of the groups we should have reached out to. So we are already gathering this data from students and staff. And we have a plan to send out a survey, but I was hoping we could take 5 or 10 minutes and just brainstorm to make sure that we don't miss any stakeholders or if there's an avenue for capturing this information because response rates are so low, that we don't miss it.
So we have what, about 19 in-district students in Millay School, roughly. So I think that is a huge message.
19 in-district students,
Millay
those are not potential ones, but
K through 8 that attend school today. Only 19 out of the 40 or so are in-district students. So what that tells us about our community. I mean, we all know people in our community. We have people in our community who work outside the community, so they drop their kids off at a different school. We have people in our community who don't have children or haven't had children yet, or children old enough to go to school. We also have a significant amount of elderly people.
Right.
Does anybody know how many students living in our district that are not coming to school?
I don't know that we have a handle on that at all. I mean, I can think of a couple of families.
I know there are few. I don't.
And
I could get that
Yeah,
number,
cause we
but
pay.
yeah, that number is researchable. I don't have it off the top of my head. I can tell you most of them, it's because of sports.
Well, there's.
Sports and working parents.
Sports, working parents. Some people choose to homeschool. Some people want the private Christian.
Or the Christian school,
or
right.
whatever, and all of those are valid choices, and we're not gonna build something that's gonna meet everybody's neat, and I think that's okay, right?
Oh, yeah,
It's
that's
great.
exactly what we want. I want is freedom of choice.
Yeah.
Parents have freedom of choice.
We need to,
The one thing
we
that,
wanna serve our students and provide a valuable experience. But if we can't provide every value, right, we're not, and that's, it's great that a student that wants to be part of a fifth grade school basketball team or whatever, especially at the high school level. And wants their kids at the same school as the other members of their team, rather than bringing their kids to join a different team. Those are all important values, and it's gonna weigh different for every family.
and it's, Eric, it's something that we could have on our future agenda as a possibility, because we used to provide that opportunity. We used to run a bus for students who wanted to play sports. And Mill A School would run a bus, kids would go to Stevenson. And then there was an activity bus. So you could go to, at this time, if you're going to high school, you were going to Stevenson High School, and you could stay after school, participate in sports. And the Mill A School bus would come pick you up a couple hours later.
When I was in grade school, we'd come here to Mill A and they'd come to Carson to play basketball. They had their own team in the skin.
Yeah,
stuff.
and Mill A had their own basketball team, and we would travel
They
around.
had
So
baseball.
in our future, when we're looking at the future, maybe there's a way we could have some sort of sports option available for students. So that's something to think about, because that is,
It is.
the
I just-
other thing is, to me, I'm sorry, go ahead, Eric, I didn't.
No, I mean, I think it is, and if there's good ways to provide value, I think we have to be careful that we don't look at it as a failure if we don't give you everything that is, like, there's a trade-off from a small school to a larger school, and we don't need to try to be a Swiss Army knife, to try to do absolutely everything, but nothing well.
Yeah.
I'd rather we did,
Yeah, and the
we
beauty of,
choose, build something that we are well, and that when it matches, because
Do we have enough kids to make a team?
maybe not, we were a much bigger school back then, and the community was different, the economy was different. But yeah, to build on Eric's point, I think that is important, like. And maybe it's important to understand, yeah, because that might shift, like, we want to be the best that we can be with the limited resources we have. And it's kind of a great thing that we are in an environment now where people do have choices, like, it's kind of great, like homeschool is more of a choice now for some people that's viable. Mill A is a choice, or going to a neighboring district, or going to, a Christian school that's a Horizon at the river. There's lots of choices that people have, and that's a great thing, but I think then within that. Yeah, what can we do the very best that
Yeah,
provides
that's good.
people a good choice for, to build on our strengths. But yeah, not be the Swiss Army knife, because I think that's. Yeah, it's gonna be hard.
and even when we look at sports, talking to white salmon, looking all the way around, just culturally, sport participation is down. Among the amount of kids that actually do sports is lower. So yes, there still is a percent of the population. When I was in school, it was like 70% of the kids did some sport, at least one season. That's not the case anymore. And so filling those teams, I would guess when Mill A was 60 or 80 kids, it also had a really high participation rate of sports among those kids. And we probably would need even more kids right now to build a sports team here. It would be harder.
And I think you guys have kind of hit on like what we're trying to do here and what this process will end up bringing to the board, defining what we can be the best at, like what will make us stand out, what are our priorities, and then putting them into a simple statement, like so that when we're making these big decisions, when we're looking at the budget, when we're doing all of those things, it's been grounded in this idea of what our students and our staff and our community want us to be. And then that can help guide our work.
Yeah.
I think it's a long process. So like timeline wise, I don't expect to be done with this until probably late into next school year. Cause we really want to make sure that we're getting everybody's feedback, and it's hard. It's hard to get feedback.
Could I make a point on that? Just, it's a little bit of a contrary opinion, but, cause I do believe we want to hear feedback, particularly from some of our just key groups that you've already mentioned. I can't necessarily think of others, but I think, yeah, that even the students within our school, I think are important to like hear what's their feedback, what do they think? What does our staff think? What do our instructors think? What do parents that are here think? And then, yeah, maybe the larger community. And then not to kind of be like all self-focused, but like knowing that there's often what could be apathy in the community about the school, like, well, I don't know, I don't have an opinion, I don't want to mail this back, that's silly. I think sometimes people just, the human nature is that unless there's something going wrong, they're not going to get that excited. It's
Right.
when things are perceived to be going, or where there's an issue, that people will tend to get more animated. And that's perhaps unfortunate, but I also think that we as a board and the leadership within the school and the staff and everybody, it also means that there's an opportunity to set it, like what we're doing now. It's like, I think we have, you could ask any, if we were go out and grab 20, 30 people in the community, they might not have strong opinions. They'd be like, well, I don't know, what do you guys think? So, but that's why we're here. So like, if we can set kind of the vision and execute on something, people are attracted to that, right? So there is a benefit of getting feedback and getting ideas, but at the end of the day, we have to sort of, let's figure out what it is and go do it, and people will be attracted.
Not shirk our responsibility as a board.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of the Apple build what people don't know they want.
Exactly.
Versus like build by consensus Microsoft.
Yes.
And there's some of that too, that's part of the discussion that needs to take place. We just went through, and I'll throw this out there, we did this with all of our staff in small groups, talking about specific areas, but we did, I was surprised how valuable it was with our employees. That wouldn't have come out of most like survey type things. Taking groups 5 to 10 people at a time and doing SWOT analysis.
Doing what?
SWOT, strengths, what do we do well, weaknesses, what is hard for us, what don't we do so well, and sometimes just acknowledging that is okay. It's like, well, this is something we need to do better, or this is something that we are not gonna do well, and so we should focus on this, right?
Right.
Strengths, weaknesses, what are opportunities? What should we be looking at that we're not looking at now? What are opportunities? And then what are threats to us? What are external threats that we may have to deal with? And asking people questions in that manner and letting them talk with each other brought out a lot of really good stuff and changed some of the stuff that we were planning on doing with our.
I know some of a few, I don't know how many, but some of the parents were upset the last administration.
Mhm.
And they pulled their school kids out to their schools because they didn't like the administration. I think we need to find a way to let the community know that we've changed. And maybe they'll come back.
Well, I think that's between what you said, John, and what you're saying, Bill. One of the things I want, before we get to what you're talking about, Gary, which I think is an excellent process, is to look at, so we have a few people we really need to think about connecting with, and one is families who might choose to bring their children back to Millet. One is Little Max down the road. Parents are gonna decide where is he gonna go to school, and we want our school to be the best public school option available. The other is the taxpayers who support us, who do not have children in the school. Whether it's an older person that goes, well, why should I vote for that? Why should I do that? What does the school do for me? And I love answering that question, talking to people about that question, but we have a lot of people who don't really care anything about the school, doesn't involve them, but it does involve them.
How do you answer
Because
that
we are
question?
producing the best citizens possible. That will then support them. They'll be their doctor, they'll be their county commissioner, they'll be their sheriff, they'll be their pastor, whatever. And so I think that that's where we are producing wonderful, wonderful kids that are going to grow up to be a benefit to our community.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes too, if I could build on those thoughts a little like, and the feedback, I think getting feedback from staff and students, and what I'm saying is, like, just go do the thing, right? We don't necessarily have to get the vision out, we might have it inside, and sometimes it's figuring out, okay, right now, we have this population of students, we have this mix of staff, and I would say that we have some pretty outstanding staff members right now. And so like, let's hear what their ideas are and build off of that. Like, and I think that will naturally be attractive to people. So anyway, that's
I
what
think it-
on feedback.
I think it really aligns with what the SWOT analysis is very simple, like, we're doing a very similar process, right? We are asking students, like, what do you love about here? What's great? Like, what do you, and then also like, what are we missing?
Yeah.
Right? And staff the very same thing. I don't know that we are including the T, but like, right, we
Right.
are looking for strengths and weaknesses and areas of opportunity
Sure.
to drive that statement to ground all of our decisions in. Cause I think of like a mission statement as like, you're looking at a bullseye and like, that's the center of it, right? Like, they call it a portrait of a graduate. You start with a kindergartner and where do you want them to be when they graduate? And then how do you do that? And I think Anita just said something great, like the best citizen possible. Like, we're
Yeah.
looking for like things like that, like, right, like, we will,
Yeah.
and actionable, because I think sometimes mission statements end up just being really,
Right.
they sound nice, but they don't give you
To
direction.
develop future leaders to reach their optimal potential
In a global society,
in a
yeah.
global society.
That's exactly what Joan had in her ballot write-up, and you were starting to talk here a few minutes, Joan. You haven't, how do you feel? We haven't heard from you for a few minutes. You can't be quiet for very long,
You were asking, how do you do that when Rita was talking?
Yeah, I thought you were starting to say something.
Oh, she was asking you what you say, and then you answered
Oh.
about what do you say when people ask you what is the value to them?
Well,
Is that right?
and I do the example I give is that we raise our children with the confidence to make choices. And one of these children very well may be your doctor,
Sure.
your nurse,
Yeah.
your sheriff, whoever. And so I've spent a lot of time in economic development. And I used to go from community to community and talk about economic development and listen. And people would tell me, we don't want our kids to leave. We want a community college here. We want a swimming pool here. We want our kids to stay here in our community. We don't want them to leave and go. And so I would tell them in some tactful way that you do want your kids to leave. You definitely want your kids to leave, but what you want is to create a community that your children choose to come back to. They come back to your community and start a business. They come back to your community and get a job in something that you have created in your community that's going on, some industry or whatever. So you create a community your kids will come back to. And I think that's one thing we don't want to lose track of. Now, we don't have a lot of options here when it comes to that because I mean, one reason we're not growing is there's no land for somebody to buy and build a house on. There's no significant amount. You have to put in a well and all of that. But you basically want a community that your kids are proud of and will come back to.
If I could build on that too, like, one of the things that I tend to think about is, yeah, we're quite limited now the way the community is, but I often have said, like, I would be so curious to look like 50 years into the future of like what Mill A looks like in this area. And, if you just look at land in the gorge is so scarce, like, I think there's a lot of Mill A that's quite undiscovered, like, and I think it's going to be a place people want to be. So it's interesting. I don't think we're there right now, and so we have to work with what we have, but I think that's something coming. And then I also think, I see a lot of, if we look at Stevenson Carson or other neighboring districts are having a lot of difficulties financially, and I think that for different reasons makes our school potentially more attractive to parents in neighboring districts. And so that's another element of something that we need to consider. Not that we want to I think I firmly believe our core focus has to be our district and our families here. But I think it's interesting that, how can we, to the extent we can, how can we serve other students that in a way will build our district?
Well, I'm glad you said that, because when it gets down to curriculum or something. If you're looking 50 years down the road, of course, nobody knows what's gonna happen, but basically, the idea of a bedroom community. Where kids can come home and be within driving distance of a job, that's gone. It is a community like ours can grow because employment. Will, in most cases, be relied on whatever replaces the internet. And so there's opportunities for our community to grow.
Yeah.
As society grows and the ability to make an income and put food on the table changes.
Right.
So based on what you said earlier, Anita, when Kelly was saying, who do we need to talk to? I had written down 4.
We got,
I had students, prospective students, voters and staff, which I think was, and then you said your list. I
Yeah.
mean, between you and John, that's basically what we said, right?
all right,
It's trying to convince, the 96-year-old lady down the road why she should vote. Because she won't vote. I mean, just based on how tired I am every day, that mail will sit on the table for a long time and voting isn't a real big thing. And so it takes a little bit of investment and encouragement and help. So when we do something, when we communicate with people and we want a response, we have to make it very, very easy for them to respond. We basically have to do their job almost for them. When we write communications, if you take a class just on communicating with the public, you write as if you are talking to a 7th grade level individual. You don't write the way you write. You write the way the majority of the people in your community are going to be able to understand.
I like that way.
Does the school teach the importance of voting? So that students learn before they go out how important it is?
And they must in a civics class or something.
For PCIA.
yeah, then we have civics courses at PCIA and it's. I don't know that I would use the importance of voting, because. As
It's
an
too technical.
educator, we have to really be careful not
Yeah,
to,
you can't
right?
push them one way or the
right, but we do definitely teach about the process of voting, all the way down to K2. I believe they're having a candy vote coming up soon, where they vote, where they understand that like there are choices. And then you put in which one you want, but you don't have to say which one you want, and then one candy is the winner. Like, right, like that, so.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, so like the process of what it is, so that when they get to those difficult conversations about why, they understand. I know I got to talk to them quite a bit last semester about like a representative republic versus a democracy, and so some of those conversations are definitely happening.
I'd like to ask John, when you said people in Stevenson are gonna wanna come here, why are they gonna wanna come here?
Well, I probably can't speak to it exhaustively, but I just think, and I don't even know where they're headed. I haven't followed it close, but I think in general, Stevenson Carson is facing declining enrollment. Continued stress because of forest funds on their finances. And I think people. Yeah, so I just think that's gonna put pressure on on their district, what the activities and programs that they can offer. And I think that's going to cause parents to look other places. I think the same is true in White Salmon. They're facing declining enrollment and figuring out how that's gonna impact them, and probably is gonna impact programs. So I think, not to jump ahead to like swap, but one of our greatest strengths in a way, it probably feels sometimes like a weakness is we're small and we're limited. But we're also small and agile and we can do some things, I think, quite well that other bigger districts can't do.
Like what?
Well, one is, I think we have a much greater ratio of, staff to students is very positive. I mean, I could go on like with PCIA, I think it's just an incredible program that is not for everybody, but offers a phenomenal education, a high school, and college in the high school education that I don't think you're gonna find, well, that's a hard thing to replicate.
Yeah, and
So those are a couple things.
And that's an interesting point as well. It's like when you start talking about other neighboring districts' weaknesses, if we find something we can do strong that is not a strength of the neighboring districts, then we're really bringing value to
Yeah.
meet a need that some kids aren't having met. Right,
So
like
I
we're
think
able to serve.
we also get students who are struggling in other school districts and they come to our school district. And many of those struggles can be addressed. Whether it's a student who has to have a special educational plan for assisting them in learning, but I remember a senior. And of course, I can't remember exactly what they said, but this was only, you will remember, I'm sure John and Eric stood up and said that he hated school. He didn't want to go to school. He refused to go to school. His parents brought him here and insisted he go to school here. And here we accepted him. And he made friends and it became his family. Do you remember that student standing up and talking? Jessica remembers. That was a wonderful story of the benefit of PCIA and the small class environment and a relationship-based approach to education. And the recognition of every student as an individual and their ideas and what they want out of their life. And a teacher that is there as a mentor, working with them to reach those goals.
Oh, that's awesome.
So are we talking about stuff that you expected us to be talking about?
Maybe for a little bit longer than I expected by my timeline,
Yeah.
but it was very informative. And so I know we could talk about the great things that the district is and will be doing probably until 2 o'clock. But in the interest of hitting some of the other topics, I think we might want to look at some of the roles and responsibility part. And so in your little book, the Guide for Effective School Board Members, I've got a few pages that I thought could really inform our conversation, so we're gonna go out of order. I think page 29 is a really good place for us to start.
Page 29.
Here's the page.
Oh,
They're very tiny in the upper right, in the upper corner. And I'm sure that this is just really like review, but I thought that as we go through some of this book, and Anita, thank you again for making copies for everyone. I think that was really helpful.
Make these copies.
I took the booklet off the WASDA site and took it in and had it printed and bound for us, because this is what I like. I don't want to read it on the.
You are up here.
Right, yeah, and I think it's really good because we can take notes and there's highlighters and pens and Post-its and all kinds of fun things for everyone. But as we kind of go through the section on the agenda about board superintendent roles and responsibilities, I thought the easiest place to start would be to just define them and then go over like the high level, like tech responsibilities, and then we can kind of dig in a little bit more so that we all understand how we come together as a team. Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, but I wanted to make sure as we go through this process today, that we don't lose track of any action items. And on the previous discussion, I kind of look at maybe the action items is the BLT can discuss and hear kind of what the board came up with.
Mhm.
And if that would be an action item on your part, is
Yep.
that
Yep,
reasonable?
I've got the notes to take back to them,
Okay, I
absolutely.
wanted to make sure we don't lose track of action items. And if the board feels that that discussion needs to continue at a later time. We want to make sure that we keep track of what we want to do. Thank you. I'm sorry for,
No, you're,
I should have brought it up a second or two or three or four ago.
so I'm gonna write down, I'm gonna give you guys a second to go over the page while I write down the different members of the team. Superintendent will of course be in pink, because that is my favorite. It's your favorite color.
And the cape on it. Cause it's super.
Anita, what's your favorite color?
Oh, boy, that's, but I kind of like sea green or turquoise.
It's just a Seahawks thing.
Yeah, you're right. No. Hey, who's gonna have their TV on tomorrow? But then, skip over to Turning Point USA.
That's been hijacked.
Eric, what's your favorite color?
Oh, man, I was gonna say orange, but I better go purple if Anita's wins green.
No,
Okay,
Orange is your favorite color. Way better than the dog.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can I use the restroom real quick?
Absolutely.
No.
Joan, what's your favorite color?
Mine's red.
Blue. Do you have a baby blue up there to make it different? And the other blue?
There isn't another blue.
Oh, there.
That's purple.
Oh, that's purple.
Yeah,
Well, I guess I'm colorblind.
I'm a little bit colorblind.
John, what's your favorite
See what
color?
it says under vice president down here?
How about a
Yeah.
dark green?
Maintains a productive board environment.
Okay, I see that, right?
I thought you were gonna
Off
say
good.
supports the president.
Well, you do that already. You're already right there with me if I goof up. So, but maintains, I haven't seen that before, so that's pretty
I
cool.
kinda like that.
That's neat.
Which part?
Under vice president responsibilities, I hadn't seen that. Maintains a productive board environment.
Well, that's why we're doing this.
Oh,
So
okay.
that we can call out what is
We can
important,
learn.
and then
Who's the vice
this is part
president?
of,
John or Eric?
Eric.
Yeah.
and Anita, this is part of, for me, my record of what I can take back to everyone of what you guys are talking about. So that's part of the charting for me. It makes it.
And we don't have the legislative representative responsibility.
Well, I try.
We can't.
I try to keep track of legislation and I pass things on to Kelly once in a while, but I'm not going to any of those meetings and
I
stuff. I
see
just can't
limited
do that.
utility in it, in my personal opinion. I mean,
Oh, well, right now.
we're a small fish in a big sea there and
I feel like it's more about understanding what possible legislative changes are affecting us in
Yeah.
what matter, but not necessarily.
trying to, yeah.
Well, there are things out there that are important to us, but
Yeah, he said. that we're-
you know, at this point, you know, until the bill gets written and then you know it's gonna pass, but depending on who wrote the bill in the first place. but-
Well, I mean, just by name, Bill should be the legislative representative.
And he's not here to say otherwise, so.
He's been volunteering.
So one of the important ones that's out there, and Bill isn't back yet, so I can.
Oh,
A different subject up, but you know, we now have, in the state, we have these 12 different ways you could graduate high school options. And there's a bill in the legislature right now to broaden or add or whatever competency-based high school diploma, which in my viewpoint, I think it means you take the English test and if you pass. But I don't know exactly what all it means, but that'll be an interesting bill for PCIA to make sure that all students are aware of their now 13 options of how to get your high school diploma.
Yeah, interesting.
okay.
Competence based.
So on the roles and responsibilities, I think it's pretty straightforward, right? Is there anything, I love that you called out the productive board environment for the vice president. Well, I don't know. I mean, what does that mean?
Means if we're not productive, it's Eric's fault.
I agree. I like that. But like, right, like, what do we want that to mean? What does that look like for this board?
In my viewpoint as the president, I think it's very hard as the chair or the president or whatever to keep the meeting on track. But one of the important things to me that I feel I don't necessarily do is make sure everybody speaks. And so that's why I had heard Joan start to say something and I wanted to make sure we didn't miss her. So Eric, we all look at everything from a different standpoint because we have different backgrounds and experience. And to me, to make a productive board environment is everybody gets to talk.
Mhm.
And so when one person speaks, somebody else, it triggers their thought process to something a little bit differently. And so we want to make sure that the quiet ones get to talk, the loud ones get to talk, and loud ones are good because they stimulate our thinking. Not that you're loud.
What else?
I think,
Who are you talking
Who are you
to?
listening at?
I think a lot about efficiency, so like. Being on the board, I think each of us, right, we all live lives that are filled with lots of activities. And it's been important to me to give my time to help with this. But I want to like do it in the most efficient way that I can, right? So like I think that the kind of the tighter that we can run our meetings, not just from a time standpoint, like, yeah. I think if we can, where we can shorten meetings, but at the same time. As where I started the meeting, like get to the meat of the content, like the quicker we can get to the most important topics, I think the better. And sometimes just, it's very natural in a board or a group dynamic, it's just easy to get sidetracked, and so. Yeah, I think we all can play a part in being efficient with our time and still getting to the most important things.
Should I put that in the right spot then?
Yeah, sure.
I think. When we say productive. It's not just about everybody speaking, but are we having productive conversations? Are we listening to each other and are we talking about the things that matter to our responsibilities, to our students, to our district? We're not gonna solve national political issues at the board level. And that really isn't, at times our board population changes. And we may have people that we disagree about some big issue. But are we having productive conversations about the decisions that matter to our students, to a healthy school?
So Eric, I paraphrased that a little bit and tell me if it's okay to capture it in the notes this way. Keeps the conversation focused on what we can control.
Sure.
So what,
Is that the heart of what you were
I
putting
think
into
so.
something?
I mean, I think it's a little. And it's what we can control and possibly understanding what we can't. You know what I mean? It's like,
so I see that as a benefit of the team because we do have different personalities.
Sure.
And so the two of you can help me and help the team because I am very strong on everybody gets a chance to speak and say what they think. And that can go into drawn out conversations, which are not efficient, not necessarily focused exactly on what we want to accomplish with that agenda item. And so I think that Eric and John would be a great balance to me
Keep you in check.
as we work as a team.
Yeah, and I think sometimes Anita on that, it might be like, the search for efficiency shouldn't stifle the good conversation.
Sure.
So as long as, like, I think when we're talking about, to Eric's point, the right things, the things that do matter. Let's spend more time, in fact, let's go over, because if they're the right things for our district and important to us, it's worth investing the time. And then personally, I can feel good about that. It's where if we burn. I'm not saying it's happened, but like if we burn 20-30 minutes on something that it's just not gonna matter in the scheme of things, then. I don't feel as great about it, but if I burn 20 minutes more than what I hoped for on an important thing. It doesn't bother me.
well, honestly, one of the things I like that Joe is already bringing to the board is a willingness, and it's important to say, well, what does that mean? What do you mean by that? You know, like that, if you don't understand something, sometimes it's an important conversation, and sometimes you said that, and I'm like, wait, what do we mean by that? Let's think about that for a second, right? Because it is important context for you to be able to make your vote. If you don't understand something, and so it is important to be able to.
And so one of the things that then brings up, Kelly, is I appreciate your talent and ability to lead and facilitate a meeting. Because
Yeah.
there's many things that you do for us beyond just a superintendent report to help our meeting move forward and be productive.
Yes.
This is a little bit of an aside, but do you plan on having us hit page 10 as well, Kelly?
What was the question?
Page 10.
Yeah,
Does she plan on having us do page 10 too?
because I think that's a really good list for at least the board.
Yeah.
I think so.
I'm sorry, sometimes I can't hear it when I have.
Well,
I have to look at
Page
my
10.
blue red tabs and figure out, yes.
Page 10, maybe what we shouldn't do as director.
Really say what.
But I would also, on the point you just raised, Anita. It would be, I think it'd be valuable for me to know, I'm curious, the extent to which you two work together. So the board president and the superintendent, like. You know, typically, I think there's a lot of collaboration that is a little more behind the scenes, or we're not seeing you guys are helping us get ready for meetings and set the agenda, but I'd be curious to know how that currently works,
Yeah.
how you guys are working together.
Well, I have
But
I have a personal philosophy that
don't,
Yes. Yeah,
don't
Yeah, we're good.
manage superintendent.
right.
So I have a personal philosophy. I stay out of the school because I'm the boss's boss in the eyes of staff. And so I stay totally out of the school. I don't participate in things because I have experienced in the last 2 years, people being uncomfortable because I'm in a room.
Hmm.
So I stay out. So I meet with Kelly once a month,
Mhm.
a week before the meeting, just to work on the agenda.
Okay, yeah.
If I gain some kind of information, I will pass it on to her unless it's something appropriate for the board. And so we don't communicate unless there's some specific situation like we have right now, where I probably will have to call a special meeting. So she will inform me that I may have to do that. And she might bounce off on me if I feel whether or not I feel she's taking the right choice, and say, did you call Curtis? But let's hear Kelly answer that too.
John's got a comment too.
Yeah, I think do you wanna
I have a question.
go for it?
Should we stay out of the classrooms too? Or stay out of the school?
Usually gotta ask the superintendent and teacher, the relevant.
So, yeah, in my experience, board members in a school can be really intimidating. And teachers can be really uncomfortable telling you no. So even if you are like asking permission, they feel very uncomfortable not giving approval. I would say if you have questions or concerns, that you should talk with either the board or myself first. And then if we aren't able to answer it, we can talk about next steps. But as far as like really being in a classroom, like Anita said, like you guys are their boss's boss. Like, you know, I report to the board, I serve at the pleasure of the board. And it's pretty intimidating for them, even if they don't say it.
Now, I have had teachers ask me to come in and visit before.
Yeah,
I think it's context dependent, right? Like, if you're gonna come help with field day,
right.
Or
they
something
just
like
wanted
that.
me to
Yeah,
come in and see the
exactly.
environment.
But if you just wanna like sit in and like watch a teacher, that I think, and I also think we're gonna get a little bit more into that when we get to some of the pages in the first 10 pages of the book. To kind of maybe the board can have that discussion as we go through. Like board roles and responsibilities and do's and don'ts.
Yeah.
But I will say, any place I've worked before, they weren't even allowed. They had to schedule a meeting to come into the building, and they were not to go into individual classrooms.
Okay, now you can answer Anita's question. Or did you
How we work, I think we have honestly, John, I think we have a really good system, like Anita and I get together, with Jessica the Monday before every board meeting. And we go over kind of what's gonna be on the agenda, and then quickly, check in about things and do we wanna add it? Do we want it in the superintendent report? Does it need to be its own line item? Is it something that will it make the meeting too long? Should we wait till next month? I think we do a really good job of especially like the management part of keeping the board running and all of those things. So
Yeah, okay.
I think we have a great partnership.
Yeah, good to know. And so it's not Monday before that you guys are typically meeting. That's
Yeah.
useful to know.
Well,
Okay.
one of the things I'm big on is ex parte communications. And if you're involved in something where your decision is a legal decision, especially county commissioners, and I'm on the planning commission. It's basically in a layman's explanation, the theory of if one board member gains information that they then use in evaluating and voting on something in their board or commission that they're on, that you cannot do that. So if you gain information that's going to be used to make a vote, then you need to pass that information on to all of your fellow board members so that everybody has the same basis of information prior to voting.
That's good.
So that doesn't mean conversations before board meetings. That means at the board meeting, you bring up, I was contacted by so-and-so and I learned this, this, and this. And where that's important is where we're making a decision, like a policy, but because a policy is like a law for us. And so that I think that is one thing that is very important to help make sure we all have the same basis of information when we're making decisions. It's actually a federal law, but then the federal law is designed towards making laws. And that has passed down by each state having their own law, and then each commission and board then has that in their bylaws.
So I didn't think that you guys would want to read the whole book today. So I kind of went through and flagged some pages, and you tell me what you think would be the most efficient way to do it. When I was looking through it, I thought page 4 through 11. Contained a lot of really good information if we're gonna talk about board roles and responsibilities. If you guys just want to like skim through that and tell me if that looks good and maybe.
Yeah.
Okay,
I think that's great. I think that little do's and don'ts, and
Huh.
even though it wasn't in, like the comparison is on 10, 11, bottom of 10,
Yeah.
top of 11, hits a
And-
lot of good stuff.
I've read it, so I'm happy to just start by sharing what I highlighted. Or if you guys want some time to read the 7-page, it's like 6 pages of reading. You tell me what feels good. Should we take 5 or 10 minutes to skim it over? They're all looking down. I'm gonna say that's a yes.
I think the do's and don'ts is a useful. I don't know, sometimes I look at the don't do and then it's like, well, why can't I do that? So I mean, that might be a useful discussion.
As opposed to the do.
We should have had these
Right,
few days before this meeting, so we could have.
Yeah. This is a lot.
It is, but I think it's just to spark the conversation, and then at our next retreat, we can dig deeper. But like, I'd love to just get some of the foundation stuff so that when we have that deeper conversation, we're using the same language. And we agree on like the do's and don'ts. We agree on who's in charge of what, and then we can maybe dig deeper into it. Does that make sense? Because I don't think we're gonna be able to, like, we're not gonna read the whole book.
We're
We're
not,
not gonna, I mean, not today, but it's gonna take you guys some time.
so just go over your highlights then, because it'll take me too long to read all this.
well, let
So,
me ask,
Is Robbie home today?
No, she isn't, she's in Clark County.
I need to send a personal text. I'll be right back.
Thank you, Jamila.
So give you guys like 5 minutes, I'll put a few of my highlights and then we'll
Sure.
add notes as we
Do
go.
that. Do that.
But this is really built to just spark the conversation.
Who's supposed to be reading?
From 2 to 11.
Yeah, and you can just skim
Skimming.
over it.
Got a call from my son, who was putting a new radio on a tower that went out. And I thought, oh, I better make sure that there's supposed to be, he's hanging there and he's really,
Stuff.
I don't think you guys to read all over it, but there are a few things I think that'll get the conversation going. And then we can, next
I
time,
can take what you put down and talk about, and then remember some of it and read it.
exactly, yeah, and then we'll come back to this in the future.
Yeah, I think the first one on page 9 is a big one and tough one.
Page 9.
Following specific laws that adhere to technical standards.
What?
Must follow all the laws, whether you personally agree with them or not. That's tough at times.
It is tough at times. It is how I get to keep my license though, so I would appreciate if
100%
we could
agree.
do that.
Yeah.
Okay, so. These were in that section, this is the first part that stood out to me, and especially for us, so I thought this might. I mean, and if you guys are like, no, we don't want to talk about that, obviously, that's fine, but. Like, right, so establishing policies, approving budget, and then overseeing the superintendent. And then the first 3 things that it talks about is maintain focus on students, decision-making, and trust with the community. And those stood out to me because of the point that Anita brought up earlier, that we have 19 in-district students. So what does that mean to board members who serve a constituency? When we say maintain focus on students, everyone enrolled in the district, but you don't, like, you guys don't always represent the families of the students who are enrolled. So I thought that might be a really good discussion to have because of how it impacts our operations.
I feel like once, I mean, if I understand kind of where you're going with that, that there's perhaps a implicit conflict in that, like, oh, well, we only care about the 19 and the rest don't matter. That's not what you're saying, but I think once we have students and we've agreed to accept them into the school, well, then we have an obligation, I think, to treat them like all of our students, our in-district ones. So I think, however, what should govern the in-district element of the, and this is my opinion, is we have an obligation to the school within the community. And in particular, I view it as a long-term commitment, not a short-term one. So I don't want necessarily for students now to like, one could easily expend or, spend the schools into oblivion in an effort to help and do the utmost for our current students.
Right.
But I believe very strongly that we have an obligation, I think, to the 50 years forward that I thought about. Like, that's important to me that in 50 years, this school is still here serving this community, however that community might look. And so I think that kind of long-term thinking, which is focused on our district and therefore kind of our in-district people, is what should guide our bigger discussions or kind of the strategy. But yeah, once we have students in, I think they're part of our, they're kind of part of that community, and we're gonna serve them just as much as we're gonna serve our in-district kids.
Part of an LA school family.
It was sometimes,
Do we treat out the district students different?
Not within the walls, but I will say one thing that kind of like hurt my heart last year was early in the year, a student got in trouble and they in the conversation started crying, thinking they were gonna get kicked out because they were an out of district student, and that broke my heart. Like, right? So I don't want any student to like get into a scuffle on the playground and think that they're gonna be
kicked out.
Like that's because it creates a dynamic where it's like, well, I live here, you don't. If we rumble, like, right,
Of
like, we
course.
don't want that, like, right?
No.
So it is, I mean, it is a conversation. But no, as far as like policies, procedures, educational, all of those things, the minute we accept that choice transfer, for my role, they're all the same kid. They're all
And
the
I
same.
think we should have a lot of diligence and weather too. So it's
Yes.
important to me that we really think about how many out of district is the right number, and we've set that in policy, et cetera. But once they're here, I agree, then we're in.
I mostly agree, I think. I think we have some values that are in tension and in conflict with each other, and we have to understand that. But we have an obligation to provide an excellent experience to all of our students in district and out, and they're part of our family. When things get to the edge, there are cases where we have to look and say, can we provide this? And in some cases, we have to for in-district. In some cases, we are gonna have to make some hard decisions and say, no, we can't for out of district. And that's the reality. That's the edge. That is not our goal. Our goal is, but what John's saying is important too. We have a responsibility to the longevity of this and what this looks like and what this is going forward. And that means we don't overspend to provide an optimal experience for a few kids for a few years. Our obligation is to a longer term than that. And so we need to balance priorities that are in tension to provide.
Some of our in-district kids and the out-district kids have different policies, right?
Different what?
No, I mean,
School policies.
we do have a non-resident choice transfer policy. That creates some threshold for, both, acceptance of the choice transfer and maintenance of the choice transfer. Which does, to Eric's point, find that line between things that we are legally obligated to do and things that we are choosing to do. So if a student is an in-district student and they have, needs that are currently outside of our capacity, we are legally mandated to find a way to do it. If we have a student who would like to attend that has needs that are not within our capacity and not a reasonable thing that we could accommodate, then we do not have to choose to admit them. Another part of that policy is attendance. If a student is on choice transfer, and they do not regularly attend, then we may not be the best fit for them. And we can make that choice. And it is, in my opinion, a student-centered decision. And it is one place where it is different for a non-resident choice transfer versus a choice transfer. But I think this becomes like the framing of some of the way we talk in general on more of the majority of our conversations than when we come up on those one-offs, right?
Yeah.
And I also understand that you guys represent a constituency
Right.
that doesn't necessarily include that, but I'm responsible for everyone that we accept.
Absolutely, absolutely. And the types of situations I'm talking about should be a conversation that maybe happens every several years, not cultural, not a cultural bias that kids should feel, not a cultural, well, you're an important student, you're not an important student, everybody's an important student. When you start getting into these really more obscure, nuanced decisions, then we're gonna have to make some tough decisions. Hopefully, very, very rarely. But understanding that there is some reality there is important content.
So, I'm sorry, go ahead.
You gave us an example of one of the things that might be different for an out of.
Policies.
Well,
Like attendance,
attendance.
yeah.
Can you give us another one?
So, students, so if it is a standard that all students are expected to uphold, the process near the end of that may look different for a non-resident choice transfer versus a choice transfer. So if you are a choice transfer and you are accepted, we have to treat you the same as everyone else. But if we come to a point where, based on expectations that we have for all students, let's say you're not passing any of your classes at the PCIA level, this is maybe not the program for you, right?
Yeah.
And so we have to have those, like Eric was saying, very rare conversations about what's truly best for the student and the students. So like, I view my job as primarily being do no harm to any student, but always do what's best for the student body, right? So I don't want to ever tell a student that like, you need to make a different choice for you, but if it's detrimental to the learning environment of all students, like significantly detrimental, then we do get into that area where it could be, but also at the same time, it kind of hurt my heart that an elementary school student knew they were a choice transfer student. Like that hurt my heart a little bit. And I
would, yeah.
So one thing I've heard Kelly say is that she's very careful when she's working with students that might be on the edge, that is not a discipline decision. It has nothing to do with discipline. So if a child is getting in trouble all the time or being arrested or whatever some of those rare things might be, it's not a discipline situation. It's a situation where we can't meet their needs at our school.
so like safety. So let's say we have a student who is frequently elopes. They run, they're a runner. We don't have a fenced in campus. Right? So in that case, if a student has frequent elopement and we're not the best safety place for them, our ability to fence in the campus becomes a factor. But it is such a rare, like these are such far one-offs.
Right.
To me, it's more like, how do we frame our conversations, especially in open public meetings, around focusing on students? Like, what does that look like for a board who is overseeing a school where 50% of mill A is choice transfer and 100% of PCIA is choice transfer? Like, we don't necessarily have that long-term stability without our non-resident choice transfer students. It would look very, very different if they weren't here.
And so to me, what that means is we don't stray, it can become unproductive. It can become unproductive or unhelpful to stray into an individual student's discipline issues in a board meeting. That's that can create a lot of outside complexity that just makes it more difficult for dealing with.
Right, so in an executive session, Kelly may keep us informed about student issues that could involve discipline. But the board will not discuss the discipline situation and tell Kelly what to do.
With individual students. Like it could get to the point where, hey, we need to discuss as a board and board policy how we handle discipline, because we don't like how that's going. Maybe that's a hard conversation we have with Kelly, but hey, Kelly, we don't think you're handling Susie Johansson O'Reilly Smith. And even talking vaguely around it in open public meeting, we've kind of pushed that edge a couple times, and that's not productive. That's not healthy. That creates just added complexity and added, it makes it, I'm gonna speak for Kelly and the teachers, it makes it, those dynamics do not make it any easier to progress
Well, and
with that student.
that's really good, Eric. So what it gets down to is we have procedures that implement policy. But if procedures aren't providing what Kelly needs or what students need, then Kelly will bring to us changes she'd like to make in the procedures, or even ask us for recommendations. But and that's where the procedures are very critical.
So can I paraphrase what I just heard? I hear Eric saying holistic oversight, like, right? And Anita's talking about like at the policy level.
Yeah.
Is that, yeah, right?
Because we shouldn't be in an open meeting getting into any identifiable information, which is why I don't bring you classroom level data. Because it would be too easy to identify an individual student, and we have to be really cautious about saying anything that would make it easy to determine which student we're talking about. There are some grades that we only have 1 or 2 kiddos. And if we ever say something like, you know, the second grade boy, and we have 2 second graders, and one of them is a boy and one of them is a girl, we have just broken a lot of FERPA. Like, we have now identified the student.
Well, you may have one student doing something. I hear we're having problems with kids jumping off the top of the slide, right? Like that's speaking about a specific incident with one specific student, and that really gets.
Yeah. So that was just something that really stood out to me, understanding that you guys, like, right, we have a unique, that's very unique to Mill A, or at least the gorge. This is not, it is not a nationwide commonality to have a school at 50% choice transfer. This is a really local type of thing. So that's what stood out to me on those pages. I think we've already kind of talked about these two, but is there, I don't know if those are stood out to you guys. Fairness and decision making. I think we've literally just talked about that as far as like policy level and holistic oversight. And I definitely feel like we talked about building trust with the community, but
I feel like building trust.
Started out with that.
we sure did, right?
I feel like building trust with the community, something that is important is when the community comes and talks to you as a board member. Sometimes asking questions and building understanding is more important than like defending the school, where you can start getting into conversations where you're speaking for the school or the board, and not speaking as a board member. And sometimes it's hard because we may be aware of something from a executive session, with a particular teacher or something else, and then somebody comes with their concerns about that teacher. And you can't share anything, but you can ask them more questions and try to understand their perspective, and that may inform a further discussion that we have. Or we can talk about the difficulty in communication, what we can communicate, and what we can't.
When I first started as a board member, I kind of didn't know what I was doing. And I had people say things, and I was gonna bring it up at the board meeting and stuff. I didn't know what I was doing.
Sure.
Starting out. Doing it wrong. I should have said to him, well, go talk to the superintendent. If you don't get results, then go to a board meeting and say something.
Yeah.
But before I says, all right, I'll represent you and I'll go in there and say something and. Make myself
Our
look like a
community
fool.
is so small. There are very few schools as small as we are. Yeah, our school is very, very small. So, and we've got a pretty tight knit community, but yet we have a broad net because we do have out of district students. So we have a lot of families that communicate with our local families too. But we're fortunate, I think, to be that small. It creates more challenges for us, but I think we're very fortunate.
Well, and I think like, for my view, I mean, like legally, we're required to have public comment at all of our regular board meetings. But I think this board does an excellent job of making that feel open and welcoming, right? Like I've been to several different districts board meetings. Like that's a requirement of getting your administrator license, at least in Oregon. You have to like go visit different ones. And I have not seen one that does as good of a job as making it clear that they want the public to feel welcome to come and comment. So I think that's something that is really good about our regular meetings.
I think some of the parents don't wanna go to Kelly. They don't wanna any kind of retaliations, I ain't saying you do that, but they're afraid of that. And they wanna come and talk to us, and then when you say, well, you need to go talk to Kelly, they just kinda
Drop it.
walk away.
Yeah, and I think for me, every time they don't come talk to me, it's a lost opportunity for me to build trust. Right? I can understand if there was an incident that they lost trust in me, but it's much harder to build trust with someone who won't come talk to you. So that you can have that human connection and like, right? And so whether their issue gets solved or not, it doesn't get connected to me unless they do talk to me.
It's also, let's say they come talk to you, you do some back alley thing to fix it. It's building an unhealthy dynamic and an unhealthy working relationship, and that's not what we want. That's not how we want our school to operate. And so that, sometimes things are so broken that we have to figure out how to deal with it, but ultimately our goal means we need to be invested in Kelly's success. And that means having her solve problems and providing her support and helping her, be aware of and solve those problems.
I get
Not
that
solving,
now.
not solving. the
Beginning, I didn't get John quick. But I feel like if the community members can't, go to Kelly, we represent them. And we gotta find a way to.
If the community members go to Kelly. And then Kelly does something that would indicate that it's retaliatory. Not the fear of retaliation, but actual retaliation. Then we have a serious problem and we need to address that. And now we're having an issue with our superintendent. But we can't assume potential retaliation or.
But if they had a problem and they're scared to go to Kelly.
Yeah.
We just say, you go to Kelly or we're just gonna drop.
No, so this is my personal viewpoint and interpretation, but so we have an obligation of information that we receive to take it to Kelly unless it's a complaint about Kelly herself.
Okay.
So we can pass on what we heard. It's okay to pass on what we heard. Or If you're not comfortable with that, or if it's something about Kelly, you contact me and ask to have an executive session put on the agenda. We bring up employee performance at the executive session, and as we discuss, we may determine it's not appropriate for executive session, or there's no appropriate action for the board to take. And so at any point in time you're concerned and you hear something from a parent, we can call an executive session and the board will hear it and come out of executive session and take some sort of action, whether it's please refer that subject to Kelly or invite Kelly to the executive session. And so we can respond, and it is our responsibility not to let something die, because if something just dies and doesn't get attention, then it grows and grows and grows. And it's a situation we don't want.
Do we do what Bill said and refer to Kelly, or do we
Yeah,
bring it?
first you refer 'em.
I think it's. I think there's a lot of judgment that has, well, there's sometimes judgment that we have to use for each situation, right? I think first, if you're talking to somebody, encouraging them to talk to Kelly and encouraging them that you know, unless you have a reason to feel like there would be retaliation, encouraging them that, you know, hey, I really would encourage you to like call her up, have her set an appointment and talk to her. And the,
Where do you do that?
yeah, and we also have to be aware that not everybody's gonna like every decision. That doesn't mean that, come back if you don't like her decision. But if she doesn't handle it well, that's where we need to be.
I wanna say, there's nothing going on, I just wondering how to handle a situation.
You know what, I appreciate it, because I think it's important, I mean, it's important for all of us to agree on what that should look like. It's important for me from a job satisfaction point, like, right, like how that's a
Right.
big part of
We-
how I feel about my role, right?
We don't want people to be feeling left unheard or left without an avenue. And so that's a big failure. Number two, though, that's kind of worst case scenario. Number two is people feeling like the way they get heard is to come through the board, right? Like that's the second worst scenario. So if we can find a way to get things resolved without the board getting involved in micromanaging the superintendent, that's our goal.
I also think sometimes, and I'm not thinking of any particular situation, but I'm just trying to think what could happen, like. In my experience, sometimes people wanna tell you something because, yeah, they think they can get you to do, like, to get a fast answer or make something happen. Without them having to have really skin in the game or face any kind of uncomfortableness. But sometimes people, like, if you have something, if a person has something that is troubling them, they have to take some risk of being uncomfortable, like, yeah, go sit with Kelly, she's a perfectly reasonable person, like. I think sometimes we'll use that as an excuse of, I don't wanna feel at all uncomfortable, I'm comfortable with you, so I'm gonna dump all my problems on you, you go fix them. And that's not really cool either.
When we go back to having productive conversations, I would say talking to someone is far more productive than talking about someone. But talking about someone can be far easier than talking to someone.
Yes.
And so encouraging
Okay, so-
people to talk to people rather than about them.
So how do we know that that person Bill referred to go talk to Kelly, they actually did it?
Well, that's their decision. You don't worry about that. If
Well,
they didn't do
presumably,
it-
if they're coming to you, depending on what the situation is, they have some. They have some comfort with you, and maybe it would naturally come up again in the next conversation of, oh, yeah, I did, I went and I talked to Kelly and this is what I.
Okay.
But yeah, I think, so situation dependent, it's hard to know exactly what to do. And again, I think to Anita's point, if something is serious, like quite serious, well, then yeah, we need to make sure that it's followed through on or whatever, but.
I just wanna make sure that that person goes and talks to Kelly instead of deciding, well, I don't wanna talk to Kelly.
Well, but they can. At some point, that's their choice. Because at some point, like sometimes what seems really important in the moment, especially if you're venting about someone to someone else, may not seem so important 2 or 3 days later. And people also have their own agency and they can make those decisions.
But it's uncomfortable to go talk to the person. It's more comfortable to talk to Bill. So-
It is,
Yeah.
but sometimes, and it's a fine line, right? Cause when it's a serious matter, I think, yeah, maybe we need to help with that, but. I think sometimes if people want to have a problem solved or they want to address an issue, they have to be willing to have some uncomfortableness.
Okay, does
In
Bill
my
go to
opinion.
Kelly and say, did this person talk to you about this? I had somebody talk to me about it and I referred them to you.
He could ask Kelly that question, so it is an extremely difficult situation. And as you know, I had communication from many people come to me and I turned it over to Kelly. I told Kelly what I've heard and gave it to her, and there's no action from the board. But I wanted
Okay.
the board to know that I had done that.
Good.
Because it, in my viewpoint, there were some serious situations. So it's very hard. People don't want to put things in writing. But they do want to be heard. And hearing somebody is, when you take the time to hear what they have to say, you have taken a huge step in solving the problem just by being a listener.
Yeah.
Being a
I agree
listener.
with that, but I really like what you said there.
Perhaps
That is so
it's-
true.
A faculty member, let's say one of them had a complaint, but wanted to be anonymous because they're afraid of retaliation. What do you do about a situation like that?
So it follows the ladder. So an individual at the school who has an issue and a concern goes to their supervisor or whoever that might be.
And they're afraid of
And if
retaliation?
you don't skip somebody, so you don't catch your boss by surprise. So first you go to your boss. And then you go, if that doesn't work, you go to the next person. And if that doesn't work, you go to the next person. But if the complaint is about the top person of the ladder, who is Kelly, then it is appropriate to go to the board.
And the board should still encourage that conversation. And I think it's also okay to ask questions, right? Somebody's coming to you, they're saying, I have a problem, I have a problem with another teacher. Have you talked to Kelly? No, I'm afraid of this. Well, I would encourage you to talk to Kelly. I would also encourage you that as a district, that's what we want. And then if you get retaliated against for that, that won't stand. We'll protect you. You can't be retaliated against having this conversation. We want those conversations. And so you can understand that then you come to us if you feel like there is retaliation. So you shouldn't fear having a hard conversation. You may not like the response to the conversation, but you're not going to be retaliated against. And that would be when it's appropriate. And you will be protected. And so those kinds of things you can do and encourage. A lot of my reports at work, if they're coming to me and talking about it, I'll say, well, what do you feel about that? Well, did you talk to the person? What do they say? No, I haven't talked to them. When do you plan on talking to them? And it's different because you're talking to a community member, not somebody who's one of your staff. But all of a sudden, a lot of things are getting solved because people are talking to each other rather than you going and solving their problems for them. And in some ways, that can create a very unhealthy board dynamic, especially for little things. Kelly won't let us park on the grass anymore. You know what I mean? Like, that's not a conversation, but we're gonna go fix that. Like,
And it's
But
hard
we
for
are the
me,
last resort.
it's hard for me to know too, like, if people are bringing something to you and then it's brought to me, like, remember, like, collectively, you're my boss. But individually, there's still like, from a system standpoint, there's still pressure on the superintendent if an individual board member brings an issue, like, right, like.
Yeah.
So like, just thinking like holistically, like, someday I'm gonna retire. Sooner rather than later if we win the lottery, but like, what kind of culture do we wanna create? And I that's kind of what I hear you saying, like, right, like, and the other side is if someone is concerned about interpersonal things happening in the district, I can't act on an anonymous complaint and I can't act on something that was brought to me second or third person. I can only really act on things that person A has a problem with person B, I can go to person B and address it. But if it's, you know, if we're on person Q, I can't go back to them, and I can't, like, right, I can't go back to someone and say, your performance has been called into question by someone who's anonymous, and I got, you know, third-hand information, because that's not fair to them. That's not fair to the employee that you're addressing.
But it's still like, if a bunch of things are coming in and you're made aware, understanding that context
Yeah.
is, you know, like we talked earlier about understanding the context and the landscape. It gives you something to just keep your eyes out for.
It does.
It helps you understand the,
That's what's really, really important, because Kelly, one of Kelly's skills is to be able to tackle things in baby steps and have open ears and learn. And so I think you're absolutely right. You can't act on it in working with one of your employees, but you can open your ears and eyes a little more, because I mean, she's really busy.
And I do worry that, like, if someone brings something and then they don't get the outcome they want, because, like, right, that can foster ill will too. Like, because now I haven't had a chance to have a direct conversation with them. And although it does really help me keep my eye on bigger picture things, it's really hard to follow up or find a resolution without bringing people together. So, like, here's like a example. I have one employee who felt like another employee was being rude to them. And the first employee held that in for a really long time, and they shared it with probably 5 or 6 people,
Oh, wow.
but not me.
Oh.
So when they
and not
finally
the-
shared it with me,
and not with the other employee.
and not with the other employee. So the person who was doing something that was annoying, and and me were completely unaware, but now half of the school is aware. That's toxic. So as soon as I found out, I was able to bring the 2 employees together. It was a epic misunderstanding. Epic. It was a system failure, not a people failure. But in the meantime, literally half of the school heard one side of the story.
Yeah,
That creates a toxic work environment, and we don't want that.
right.
We don't want
But it's
that.
not unusual
But it's not, no.
in any organization.
No.
And so I think that's where the skill of our superintendent is very critical.
So
But if she doesn't know about it, then nothing can be addressed.
okay. All right, you guys were really excited about page 11. We were. Let's jump there. Do we need 10 first for context, or do we just want to go to 11?
Well, I think it starts on 10.
I think we pretty well covered.
We covered quite a bit of it, so.
Like, I think a couple thoughts, just more practicality for the board that I'd written down as questions of like. And somewhat new coming in, but like, how are we doing on level of board preparation for an average meeting? Are we doing what we're expecting, not only of ourselves, but kind of. You know, if you're comfortable saying, like, Kelly, do you feel like the board is coming prepared? Do we have enough materials to be prepared for our meetings? And what are our expectations there? And then I wondered about managing board member inquiries, like if that's ever an issue, like. If board members are coming to Kelly, you know, are you getting flooded with that? Is that process working okay? Yeah, anyway, I'll start with those and I have one more, but,
I would say I don't feel like I'm being flooded.
okay.
I would welcome hearing your needs more. So maybe shifting from kind of the topic we were just talking about, maybe a little away from that and more into like, it would work better for me as a board member if, right? So I feel like sometimes we get the policies out and they can be lengthy and difficult to understand. And there may be more support that board members need to be prepared, but I don't know what that is, so I can't make that change, right? So is it better access to electronics? Is it getting them sooner? Is it like, what would make it feel better? What would make you guys feel like you can come in and be more
You know, when
efficient, right?
we had our notebook. Were they ready on a Monday?
And
Before
they're ready on the Monday of the board meeting.
the same day? We used to get them a few days before.
What is it that they're not ready until? What are we
AP.
waiting? AP.
So I think that that's really something good to talk about with our new board members. So in the previous board members, we knew that some board members were very happy getting everything electronic. Some board members want everything in hard copy because board members are just like community members. Some of them don't have a desktop computer with a big screen. Somebody is trying to do everything on a cell phone, which is very hard to read policies on a cell phone or procedures. So if we know very clearly what the expectations are, or not expectations, but what the needs are for each individual board member to come prepared. So you can't come prepared if you don't have it in hard copy, or you can't come prepared if you don't have it in how you prefer seeing it. And that's really
We did
important.
With
Yeah, we met
John
with
and
both John.
Joe.
Yeah, like I feel great about it. Like I am a total electronic person more now than ever. I love having an electronic. I now have access to email and the Google stuff and like, yeah, and just for like the first meetings, it's like, yep, there it all is. I can go look at it. So I feel pretty good about that. I just,
There-
yeah,
I think something that we can take advantage of is if something isn't clear. Or if you just don't understand something. Especially on a policy, like why is this policy in place, or why is this in the policy? Well, we can't discuss it as a board. It's totally appropriate to send Kelly an email and say, hey, I don't understand, why are we looking at this? Just, oh, it's just an administrative change with 2 words, or, oh, this is pretty significant, or how will this affect us, right? And then, because sometimes when we have that discussion during the meeting. Even on the second meeting, it can be a lot to. Now you don't have any time to think about it, or you're not ready to discuss it because you're just getting understanding during the meeting.
And that's exactly where if you gain information, Kelly needs to give all board members the same piece of information. So
I
that
like
we
to-
all are in the same,
Oh,
sorry, go ahead.
To have our folders ready to go on Friday, so you got time to read over it and
Mhm.
before Monday.
And why are they only available on Monday? I didn't catch that.
AP.
We were waiting to get AP into them, but we would be happy to bring AP. Make AP available on Monday and get you all the rest of it sooner. So part of what happens is because we only do it once a month. We are waiting till the very last moment to run AP because it's a 30-day cycle for most places, right? So if we purchase something on a PO. And we don't get it into that AP, like, right, if we purchase it on the 17th, but we don't get it into that AP, it's like, they're not getting a check mailed to them until the 26th of the following month. So there's a significant lag, right? So that's why we're doing right up until the last moment.
Well, I think that that's a good point, Kelly. I think it would be best for some board members, including myself, to get the policies in advance. And so I could get the policies off the website, but when I get them, I print them. I print them myself because I prefer a printed copy. And I hate to ask Jennifer, Jessica, to drive a printed copy to my house. But I prefer printed copies. I like what comes in digitally, but I do not like going into the website all the time. I have a million different passwords. I don't know them by heart. It's difficult for me to go into Google. And so I think that if Bill and Joan and I can get hard copies of the policies, which is really what requires the time. The only other thing, the minutes are pretty easy to read. And the rest is, there's very seldom something else that's printed.
If I come to a board meeting, you hand me something like this. I'm not, if it's all policies and stuff. I'm not gonna have time to put it in my head to talk about it and stuff.
Me
Yeah.
too.
Yeah, reading policies at the board meeting, to your point, John, is not an efficient way, and all boards get a packet in advance of the meeting, and normally it's 3 days, but we cannot provide our list of bills we have to pay 3 days in advance, but we can provide everything else 3 days in advance.
So what I'm hearing, correct me if I'm wrong, is that we would be okay getting our board packet on Friday without AP and then being provided AP at the meeting?
Yes.
Well, and one thing that'd be really helpful to me, Kelly, is like on our, I'm going back to like my work environment, but a lot of times we look at our monthly financial statements or whatever, something that comes with it is just some like micro variance analysis. Just like a list of 4 or 5 things, if there is anything, you might like. Here's our accounts payable, you might notice this is high this month, like just like a highlight, 2, 3, 4 things to, instead of like, otherwise I'm going through and I'm searching like, what does that mean? Is that like, so if there is something unusual or something different, just like that little 3 or 4 item list.
Yeah, and
Like
I
various
would, I don't
areas.
know if it works, but I would almost extend that to. This works, but items that might come up in your. In your superintendent report, maybe it's just but I don't know, that could get out of hand, because then you're giving a whole summary of the report, but. Yeah, just anything that kind of gets the mind going of like, oh yeah, here's these 2 things that are bills getting paid, these are unusual, we can talk about it.
You may notice we purchased our computers and that's showing up on the
Yeah.
on the budget, the things that just are unusual. I don't want to create a lot of friction for you, so like, where, like, what's the minimal effort that can like just provide that?
It might be a highlight and then verbally call it out if that.
Sure.
Well, I think it's real important because the board is responsible for reviewing every single invoice. And we have delegated that to the superintendent. Under the law, we are responsible for reviewing and approving all payments. Now, we have delegated that. So if you are a port commissioner, you get a stack of invoices and the commissioners review every single invoice.
Right.
In the school district, we have delegated that to the superintendent. So we assume that you have reviewed every one of those Amazon charges. Well, you have delegated that again to someone else to review every one of those charges. And that's what the board needs to know is that, we've reviewed everything and here's a couple of things you may notice that are higher than normal or an unusual bill. So I think that it is important for the board to have that confidence.
And we don't want to micromanage, well, I don't. But I think, we also, there's times where we're a small district. We have a small number of board members with a bunch of different strengths. And so noticing some things, sometimes it's like, if we can bring value to help supplement what we have here at the school, we want to do that without overstepping into micromanaging for you. So where somebody may have more tech experience or more finance experience, maybe we can offer that conversation and that value where it's not as necessary or not as helpful in a much larger district that's much higher staffed at all levels across the board.
That sounds great. We can definitely do that. And I will roll out a format for February, and then I'll just take feedback on whether it is meeting the need or needs to be adjusted. Keep building on it.
An iterative process. Oh,
Yeah.
that worked really well. What if we tweak it like this?
Perfect. That sounds great. And we'll get the pack, Jessica's at a reasonable packets on Friday minus AP. Cause everything's ready. Like when we set the agenda, the policies are already linked to it. So like they're there and ready.
Yeah.
So it really is just a matter of,
Yeah, I don't feel like that would affect me, because I'll just be
Right, you
looking
don't.
online.
yeah,
Yeah.
Do you want it online or?
Yeah, nice one.
okay. Once the agenda is out, if you go to the website to view it and you click on the policy link, they're right there.
Everything's in
But we'll
place.
get your paper copies out to you soon.
Yeah.
I'm sorry if I'm making things hard.
No, not at all. This is great. This helps me a lot to know that is a change that the board would like. And then you're right, we will be able to get through policies. It will be more efficient. You'll have had time to connect with me to ask any questions, and you guys can all text me if you're reading it over the weekend, you're welcome to send me a text or, give me a call. And I'd be happy to explain it, take notes, and then, give the explanation to the whole board if necessary.
And I would say though, if your text is substantive or board matter related,
Send it to everybody.
call it, no, do not send it to everybody. You don't
No,
have.
do an email.
Do an email, because open public records, you don't want your texts to be part of an open public record in your board, in your board duties.
And,
But you can text me to check my email.
but
Absolutely.
when you
Yeah.
get a text, I mean, when you get an email with information in it from anybody, don't respond to all.
Right.
Don't start a
We
conversation.
can't communicate outside of our open meetings.
I don't use my phone to text any of the school board stuff.
Yeah, but if you just are like, hey, I have a question, check your email, because I do check my email over the weekend, but if it's timely, you're welcome to let me know that I need to be on it. Thanks for that clarification. Erin.
Yeah.
Okay,
Could I bring up
Another
one more?
thing that-
Oh,
yeah,
well, it's just my third thing of this thing that's not specifically on the, I don't think it's on the don't list, but. And the text that talks about, avoiding day-to-day operations, which I agree with. Although it talks about hiring, and it just gave me some pause because of, and I think about, as I've probably shared with some of you, like the shorter term, the next year, 2 years, I think we're gonna have potentially some big hiring decisions. And for us, because we're a smaller district, and for various reasons, I mean, beyond us being small, like hiring decisions are very impactful and we see it because like you look at some of the people that we have working for us, we have some tremendous talent within the district. And that's because we did some great hiring. And so because of the importance of that, it's like, I definitely don't think we want the board involved in the minutia of that. But I think in terms of the way in which we're hiring, how we're thinking about the roles, and the importance of them, I just hope we have a lot of good discussion about that still with the board. I think there's some real key things coming up that will impact us. So that's one that on the surface might look like, oh, we shouldn't be talking about that, but I think it's so important.
I think we go to page 11 though,
Mhm.
and you look at the very first role, a lot of what you're talking about is the systems thinking. What
Yeah.
does our structure look like, right? It's not the day-to-day operations, but like, what are our systems?
and-
How are we structured? Like, that's very important, and that's important for us to be on the same.
So when we did a lot of hiring, Kelly put out a thing, people to apply. And then they had a committee of staff and parents, right?
for the hiring, we had both classified and certificated staff. And anytime we've interviewed,
There
yeah,
wasn't
but
no
not
parents?
for that. Not for an internal hiring decision, for the ones we've made thus far. That doesn't mean that we never will. So far, decisions that have been made that involve community members have been like curriculum adoptions. So, but,
Yeah.
yeah.
So
There's a
we
committee
didn't,
involved. You're
the
right.
board
There's a
didn't
committee
have
involved.
much to do with it. They did it and then we okayed it.
Yeah, and I think that's good. I think in the past, there's been a decision where like, there's been an ask of like, can this board member be involved in part of the hiring committee? And I don't think that's a bad thing if that's the structure and and there's a decision that it would bring value to have a board member part of a hiring committee. I don't think it's necessary. And I think where it becomes difficult is if all of a sudden all of us have our own agendas on who should be hired and we're all speaking into that agenda, and I think you should hire person A, and I think no way you should hire A, you should hire B, and that's unhealthy, right?
Well, that's really good, Eric, because when the board had to temporarily act as principal and superintendent or as superintendent, the very first interview I sat in on and I learned no, so I did not sit on any more interviews, period. None of them. But when we are looking at two things that I think that Eric said that are really important. One is structure. So if we're looking at the administrative structure, Kelly brings to us structure of how to manage classrooms to do the best for students, but when it comes to administrative structure, the board should be involved in that. When it comes to hiring legally, only the board can hire someone. And so Kelly will bring to us her recommendations and we will approve that. She brings to us, you know, so and so, and here's their resume and their contract, and we approve that. But when it comes to the administration part of it, that's our job, because the administration, we are delegating many of the things that we do to administration.
I feel like we let the staff get involved. I like the way it went and I like the way it turned out.
Yeah, I think that having staff, I mean, all the different committees and groups that you have created are just, I think that's awesome.
Yeah, I think kind of, again, I don't think we want to get into the particulars of a candidate. It's more like when we think about if there's an open position, re-reviewing or going back over, here's this position, here's its responsibilities, here's the important attributes we're looking at in this person, or in a candidate. I just think that will be useful, particularly if there's any changing of what it has been. I just, because, yeah, I think, yeah, each position within our district is quite important, and so it's just something that we want to, yeah, not be into the weeds probably of particular candidates, but into a little more in the weeds of what is the role, what are its responsibilities, what kinds of people do we want in that one.
And that's where, John, that's where that our mission and goals play, and take PCIA as an example. PCIA is very, very clear that we have a relationship-based educational opportunity. And so that is then what you're looking for in an individual. There's someone that can work in that environment.
And there's a difference between micromanaging someone and managing them, right? In some of this stuff, like the stuff John's saying, we should have a big part in setting our expectations and in working with Kelly on the systems and going back and forth. Then it's Kelly's job to fulfill those expectations. But when she comes back to us with her answers, it's kind of our job to question those answers, right? That's not micromanaging. It's just like, does your decision stand up to scrutiny? And if it does, we say, yeah, that sounds good. Go ahead. We're not making those decisions for you. We're not saying, no, you should do this instead, but we're going to say, how does this address this aspect of it? Are you sure this does this? We might even say, you know, that looks tough. Why, you know, but that's the difference between micromanaging and just having productive conversations.
Yeah, because I don't think I will always make the decision that you each would have made in the moment. But as long as the decision aligns with policy and is at least sound, I will be accountable for the outcome of it.
Right.
Well, how are we doing, Kelly? Are you?
Well, we're way off on time, but also that I feel like all of the discussion has been really important and productive, so. I mean, there are parts of this that we can go over faster, slower, but this has been really good. I know you guys have specifically called out page 11. Do you want us to just look at it?
I just think it's good because it hits the specifics. It just like gives examples.
Yeah, I mean, we already, like on page 10, we talked about avoiding day-to-day operations already. We've talked about not micromanaging. I think in part of the conversation, we already talked about staying neutral in personal conflicts. And then we've talked about avoiding direct involvement in staff matters. So if there's just anything else on the do or don't list starts on page 10, finishes on page 11.
I think,
One of the things on approved budget, I think Kristen on a quarterly basis is gonna give us one of the more detailed budgets, so we see more than just the top overall picture. And I think that's gonna be awesome. I appreciate that. Under engage the community, I'd like to have, you know, just if there's any ideas on how we can do a better job with that. Well, one of the things I thought about was Kelly puts out a weekly newsletter to her staff, and then she puts out a monthly kind of a letter newsletter thing to all the parents, right? I don't know, maybe something should come to the board, from the board once in a while.
By a communication to the public,
Right.
yeah.
Mhm.
I think if we like go back to page 8 where it talks about it, there's a sentence that stood out, like open forums, surveys. And like regular communication channels. So. When. If we're thinking about like how to engage the community, like that would be pretty typical for a board. Like I think the hiring process for my position was an excellent, although really scary example of the board's commitment to doing exactly
first
that.
sentence is exactly what we were talking about earlier, you know, it says, share input and feedback with the superintendent.
Yeah,
And engaging when you say engaging the community, like when we show up at school events.
yes.
And talk to parents and just say, oh, how is your son doing? What is he like? What doesn't he like? You know, and just listen, right? Nothing else. Sometimes that's a very,
And I think I think that's really important so that it's a great place to feel heard, but not necessarily get feedback. Because again, it's that individual board member.
Sure.
Trap, okay. Okay, what feels more important to you guys? Continuing through this guide or moving on to the next topic?
um,
I have other sections marked that I thought would be maybe of interest, but if you are wanting to talk about something different, we could move on.
What kind of question, you just wanna go over them real quick, maybe we can just.
Yeah,
raise
so
our
the
hands.
Give us your 60-second review.
Okay, my next section that I marked was on Washington School Board standards, which actually touches a little bit on something we are gonna get to today, the board self-evaluation. It's on page 14.
And
Um. It will walk us through all 5 standards, but today we're only gonna dig into standard 1. So do we want to look at all 5 today, or do we just wanna dig into standard 1 when we get to that part?
I think the board,
14.
the board's had a challenge doing that because we've had fairly rapid change in board members over the last few years. And so I think that I'd like to make sure that I'm aware of what's the primary expectations that we are being held to by our public. And then adapting those to make sure, or using those to make sure that we are aware of that each meeting and as we move forward.
So maybe just a quick high level view of what we do the self-evaluation on. Okay. So why don't you guys
Next
take
year
a
we
minute,
won't have any
then
change in board members, so maybe we can do a self-evaluation.
you guys wanna just maybe read over page 14 and then standard 5 on page 15, and I'll just like write them down and then we can have a quick discussion about it.
yes.
Standard 5, 14, 15.
Page 14, and then, yeah, it continues on to the back.
Where school director was a question.
Yep.
Yes.
Or are they?
It'll take a break too, since everybody else has some time.
well, I should probably do the same thing. Instead of just going and grabbing another couple thousand.
I think we're gonna have 3 retreats.
No.
I did not use my space very wisely.
That's good, you know what time lunch is finished?
He was at Sunrise 10 minutes ago, so. Should be by 12-ish. See where he was again. He is still at Sunrise.
Weren't we pretty transparent in the hiring process?
Yeah,
I thought we
absolutely, I
were.
thought we were, yeah, and I just was hearing that this is something you guys want. With like this is, we've done a good job and just also really focusing in on making sure that I am able to explain the process that we use when we bring a recommendation to you. So that you feel confident that we've done all of the things that you've asked us to do.
I think you did.
Yeah, I think we have a really big hiring decision coming up and the process will be more robust than it was when we hired Ms. Backlund. Did you guys see the invitation to Mr. Harrison's retirement party?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Did you? It's online.
And I emailed it to your mill AE. I know. We'll put one in the board packet also.
Okay, I was gonna ask, and I can't access that.
You still haven't been able to from home? Okay.
You know, I hate looking at my emails. There's so much junk that goes in there and I don't hardly ever look at it.
Yeah, I think I have, Bill, I think I have 13,000 emails in my personal email inbox.
Yeah, I hate
It's
to.
rough. I know the feeling though.
I mean, just getting through my work emails is, that's all I can do.
You have to more or less in control.
I do. I like how many, like, for the quick response items that like don't stack up, I like it, it's just like figuring out,
Yeah.
Thing. Helping people figure out what belongs where. Right, like, you send me a Teams message, it should be something that you expect a response in the
It's
next,
rolled back.
couple hours, and you're willing to follow up on. Not something like queue up and respond to 2 or
Yeah.
3 days later.
Yeah, it's a problem. I see too. I think we should know. I'll go forward the teams and I've done my message.
I mean,
Even though I hate email.
Email's a horrible way to like. You have items for response as well, but it's. And if he's talking about like getting people to engage, it's like driving discussion.
Yes, and I do agree with that.
That,
We have too much chatty stuff.
Yeah.
Really want to eat so much.
it's just. We're full of Microsoft, but for threaded discussions, I think. Slack feels better,
Mhm.
and we don't want to. Because of all the other integration,
Yeah.
but it's one thing that Slack did better than Microsoft
Yes.
did.
Communication. That's that.
That's misspelled.
That made me feel good, actually.
What's misspelled?
There's a communication and.
In the
that's,
book? Okay.
Yeah, standard.
I was like, oh man, don't, I'm sure there's plenty
But
misspelled
I
up
never
there.
volunteer to be up at the board.
I never, as a classroom teacher, I very rarely live charted. All of my charts were done in advance. And they still had whiteout on them, like it just,
Is it misspelled somewhere, or what do you?
Standard 5, next page.
Yeah, like,
Oh,
lunch will
right.
be here about.
perfect, okay.
Oh. Honestly, you know what? Kind of like simplification.
Yeah.
So I was thinking, based on when lunch will come, if we can go through this, and then if you guys are okay listening while you eat, I can just go through the school improvement plans again with you. There's no action to be, like, there's nothing to do. It's more of reminding you what the goals are.
Good.
And,
just giving you like a heads up on what we're gonna be coming to you with the mid-year review in like March. And then at the end of the year, we'll be coming to you with a new one, just kind of making sure that we've all seen it and we had a chance to just talk about it and ask questions so that when we come to the mid-year review, we're not doing that in a board meeting, so that you have a little bit more background knowledge. Does that sound good?
Well, when it comes to PCIA, we need to each get our notebook out to go over that so we could make sure that we're focusing on the things that the board would like to see done. The notebook that I handed out at the last meeting on PCIA, that's real important that we do that. After 8 years, it's really time for the board to give that some look. And then seek all the input from staff.
Can we piggyback that from the school improvement plan then?
That's what I was assuming we would do, right, when it's on the agenda, the PCIA. Improvement plan, you're talking more about the state level plan?
Yeah, the
And-
3
and-
goals that we submit to OSPI every year and then provide them with data.
Right,
It's really a data-driven process where everything has to have a metric and a SMART goal attached to it. So they should be in alignment with our vision for PCIA, but it's pretty.
They're smarty, remember?
They're smart, yes,
Because there's equitable and.
they're smarty goals. But it's not quite as broad and comprehensive as like the information that Anita handed to us.
Absolutely.
But I'll just give it a high level view while we eat and then we can go from there.
Okay.
Okay. These are the things that we will eventually have to do a self-evaluation on. Responsible governance, community or communication and commitment to high expectations for learning. Creating conditions for district-wide for students and staff success. Holding the district accountable for student learning. And engagement of the community in education. So ideally, I think we would start with standard 1 when we do the self-evaluation and just work our way through, but this kind of gives us a roadmap of when we turn the mirror on ourselves, what we'll be really looking at.
so as we go through those, this probably isn't the right place within our agenda. But what the board, one key element that we do is provide goals and objectives to our superintendent. For meeting these.
Mhm.
I think one thing we definitely. As when we do our board self-evaluation. I'm less concerned about whether a number is a 6 or 8 or a 9 or a 2. That's really very, we do a lot of that and we have to follow the process, but it's like, what do we want to do different? What would be better? What does a better board look like? Right? Like if we can come up with 1 or 2 items to focus on. For the next year, I think that would be more productive.
And I think that really fits us because I've passed out these 12-page evaluations and it's really, nobody feels comfortable answering the questions. But if you look at this responsible school governance, do we do our policies? Are we doing the best we can to keep our policies current and up to date? Do our policies meet our needs? You know,
Right.
those kinds of things.
Well, and if the number's a 6, a 9 or a 4, the real question is. What would be better about how we handle policies, right?
Yes.
Like if we have a specific item that we can like. Put in front of all of us and say, hey. If we all. Read through our policies when we get them on Friday, asked any questions we didn't understand, so we can have a more productive conversation, because I don't feel like we're having, and I'm not saying this, but that would be the kind of thing that like if it came out of it. And honestly, if we had two items to focus on for the next year, if that's what we came up with. Yeah, that would be great.
We're doing a good job. There's always room for improvement, so I never put a 9 or a 10.
Right.
It's always somewhere in the middle.
Well, and for something we meet on once a month. We're not gonna improve 10 different things in 10 different ways. It's just not gonna happen. What's the 1 or 2 things that would be
Right.
best for us to focus on for the next year?
Exactly.
to do
I
that?
leverage practice and get really good at it. Mile deep, not a mile wide.
Yeah.
What's our priority? Love that. But I think this gives us a good idea of just like kind of the overarching
Yeah.
topics, right? But I also think they're like Bill was mentioning that you liked the slide for the superintendent. And hopefully that helps you feel like you're getting a better idea on student learning. So that you can hold us accountable for ensuring that like we are following high leverage practices, we are, focused in on student learning and having high expectations for all students and all of those things, right? To help you do what's your responsibility. I think that kind of covers standard 2 and 4, so.
So you will let us know if you feel like you need more from us.
Yeah.
Good,
Yeah.
I think
Well,
that,
even,
we want you to feel open to be able to do that.
even that same question, is like asking ourselves, it should be asking Kelly, is like, what's one thing that we could do better that would like help you with
Yeah,
your.
she needs to evaluate us.
Yeah, that's right.
And honestly, Eric, the quick, easy answer to that question is knowing what I need to do to help you guys do your job. Like, right, so like, I appreciate the fact that you ensure that I'm doing my job, that you ask the questions and stuff like that.
Right,
How can I help you do that better? Because I wanna grow in my role, like
sure,
I'm a baby at this role, like I'm learning as I go too, and so the more you ask those deep questions, the more I can reflect on what I can do better in the future. So what information would support your success in that?
I think one thing, kind of being newer, I've been impressed with the data and the reporting that you're bringing, Kelly, on the kind of student performance and learning and, to the extent we can objectify some of that, I think it's been really helpful. And so I think as we continue to do that, what will also be useful is the kind of just clearly understanding what are the hardest things for you? Like, it's great that you can put everything up and be like, hey, we have all this stuff, but oftentimes where the rubber hits the road is what is not going well? What is hard? And are there things that we could do better that you feel like need more help with?
yeah, what's taking up too much of your time? That probably should be, and so can we have a conversation about, is there more support needed in this area, stuff we're not thinking of to get you to be able to focus on what's most important for you to be focusing on. There's a lot for you to focus on, there really is. And
Yeah, that is a general thing, but I think even within the realm of measuring student outcomes and achieving success, like what are the big hurdles for you?
Yeah.
I think that's probably, it's so hard again, because we're so small. We have fewer students, and so it's just gonna shift constantly, like, that these students have these challenges, these ones have this one, it's always moving and different, but making sure that we've got the right systems in place that the staff, feel empowered to make a difference.
I think it's extra hard right now to identify that because we spent a lot of time last year as a team, like the staff team identifying needs and gaps, and we just started filling them in as fast as we could, right? In addition to that, we had to play catch up on a few things that OSPI rolled out and mandated that we just hadn't successfully implemented. And because we've done that, there's so much that is going great that it's hard right now to identify where the gaps are gonna be when that starts to smooth out. So I think like as we go into next year, I said when I came on board, it's a 3-year process. Like, right, the first year is gonna be super tumultuous. We're gonna be identifying things that need to be handled right now. The second year, we're gonna start to settle in. We're gonna build sustainable systems and processes. And then in the third year is when we're gonna start to refine that. And as we've gotten the multi-tiered systems of support, the MTSS, where students are getting their core instruction in the classroom. And now we've kind of got a fairly substantial title program, tier 2, where they're coming out of the classroom for additional reading support. We've been evaluating the curriculum that we have for that. And we just made a modification based on internal feedback, but I've had all of the tools and the amazing team to just be able to do it, right? So like, we're also talking on a really small scale. So shifting our title curriculum based on what teachers were saying and what our interventionist was saying costs $273. So like, right?
Sure.
it wasn't, we didn't need to go adopt a whole new curriculum and be like, hey, by the way, we need another $6,000 adoption. It was like, we need to buy 10 notebooks, right? So the scale sometimes allows us to be more flexible. Next year, when we start the year with these processes and our data starts from fall and builds, we're gonna be able to see where our gaps are a lot better. We're in the infancy of some of the tools that we use to determine what's not working yet.
I wonder, and this may be partly, you know, my own shortcoming, but I'm wondering about the new board members as well. Just something at a really high level of like, here's the main things we've been focusing on that's easy to refer back to, right? We focused on the new math curriculum last year, and we've been rolling out the new reading curriculum this year, and you know, we pushed some things because we didn't want to do it at the same time, and it's just like that 7-8 item list of like, here's what we're focusing on, here's what's coming up, you know, and we need to be careful as a board. It's part of what I'm hearing you say right now is that go up to the top of the mountain and evaluate how things are going. You can't live up there, right? It's like you need to be up there, make decisions, and then go for a while, and then say, how's that working? Right? And then and nose down, we're making, you know, in one of the biggest dangers is change is hard, and early evaluation is gonna skew to the negative. And so like, you wanna fail fast if something clearly is like, this just isn't working.
Yeah.
But sifting that out from, this is just really hard because it's change, is a tough process to guide people through. But then going back, it's like, oh yeah, we talked about that 4 months ago. And so like, where's that just kind of like high level, one sheet, here's what we're doing. If we had something like that, it would be useful.
And I think rolled into that is the superintendent goals and like the school improvement plan.
Yeah,
Right? I think that
that's part of it.
is a big part of it, and then.
But I'm talking like
Supplement
even
that.
like something even like even like a half page or 1 page summary of like,
Yeah, well,
what we're doing is
this year is really easy, like it's MTSS, that's the list. We are focused deeply in ensuring that all students are getting good core curriculum, which means the teachers needed the curriculum that we implemented, right? And supporting them in that. And then ensuring that students that need more support than that to be successful are being identified and helped. Because we can't get data until we know that what we're doing, and then we can collect data over a while. You can't figure out where we're failing students in learning until we're confident that our teaching is where it needs to be, because we can't put it on students if our instruction is still in process. We have excellent educators, and they were amazing, and I cannot believe that our K-8 was able to accomplish what they accomplished without the adopted curriculum and the vertical alignment of it. But now that we have it, now we can be like, okay, we feel better about our teachers not having to pull worksheets from 10 different places.
Yeah.
They can open a curriculum, they can teach. And then we can see, does that meet the needs of the students? Are we able to hit a whole classroom with this tool? If we can't, we have this tool, and then see if anyone still isn't being able to rise to the occasion. And it just takes a little bit of time
absolutely.
to sort out. It's the same, you know, I instantly have like the same like, concern that like BLT did when we started talking about having a bigger, more robust community survey. Then they were like, well, but the data is going to be skewed. So absolutely.
Sure.
We're not doing this to react to it next year. We're doing this to build longitudinal information. If for the next 5 years, we always get really bad marks in keeping the community informed, then we have a problem. If survey number 1 has a bad mark on that, we don't know if we have a problem yet. We know that
somebody in the.
4 people who filled out the survey don't like the way we're communicating, and we would address it, but we're not gonna make big systemic shifts until we have longitudinal data.
Kelly, can I write down what MTSS is and what BLT is, please?
Would you guys like a page in your books of the acronyms? The cheat sheet? Okay. I can do that for you. MTSS is multi-tiered systems of support.
So. Right now, it's too early to tell if the kids are advanced.
No, we can see growth or not growth, but I think it would be too early to make a pivot. I think it would be too early to say this curriculum isn't working. We've had the math curriculum for 1.5 years now. If we don't see the growth that we hoped to see, I would not recommend that we suddenly abandon that curriculum and we try a new one, right? We would want more data than we have. We can identify things that might need a minor adjustment, but nothing that I would say would need to like come to the board for review. Like,
Well, just continually swapping out the curriculum.
Yeah,
may not be
that's-
the answer either. It may be like, what else is it besides the curriculum that may be an obstacle that. we're
Right.
getting to deal with?
we don't even know, like,
Is there a sign?
employing a new curriculum is hard. Doing it for 3 grade levels at the same time is unbelievably challenging, right? So like, we made, can I use your math group as an example? So, Jessica supports, a math group and, she was giving me some feedback about what the students were telling her. We talked about work completion and engagement and success. And we brainstormed on it. And we didn't make any big shift. We made a tiny, tiny little tweak. We simply just said, they're telling you they don't get it and they're confused. I want you to speed up.
Speed up.
Yes. But that's why you guys hired me, is because like, I'm supposed to be an expert in instruction and curriculum, right? Jessica, how did it turn out?
We are now on pace and they just got, I think, almost 100 on their baskets, all of them.
So their
But they did
scores,
very well.
their scores went up, their engagement went up
Cause you sped up.
because we sped up.
What did you speed up?
How fast we were going through the lessons. We did not let them slow us down anymore. So those are the things that we're still working out before we can say like, this is good, or like, hey, maybe we need to shift, but we have to get through those minutia before we can really get to it. We have to ensure that the skills that the adults have, that they're able to use them all the way, and that we've done some of the coaching around some of the systems that we have before we can really determine whether the system and the process is working, because we have to be implementing it well. We have to have fidelity in our implementation of the things that we've done. So it's little things like that it'll take us 1 year or 2 to sort out before we'll really know. That's why we need more than 1 year's worth of data to look at some of the really big picture things. Like I don't think I'll feel confident in saying like our new history curriculum that we adopted this year is moving students where we want for probably 2 or 3 years, because we just won't know. Cohorts are different. Students come to us with different gaps. We have to see, we can't make that determination on 3 kids. It's not valid.
So the one thing that I struggle with is how can you present us with really meaningful data when our classes are so small and every child is so unique? And so what I'd like to know is how can you show us that a percentage of, or all of our children are actually progressing? An individual is learning more and has progressed significantly this year, rather than this, how many people scored a certain level on a particular test. Can you show us? And can we provide you the resources you and the teachers need to ensure every student, regardless of the level they're at math today, is improving in math at whatever level they are. And those who need assistance are getting it, and those who are ahead are continuing to be challenged. So it seems like it's extremely.
So I see that as like. There's like two layers to my answering this, or my thought on that. I can provide the board in an open public meeting with district or school-wide data on growth. But when it comes down to, are all of our first graders getting what they need? That's where I think it falls on, like, that's something that I have to handle internally. And then over time, if the board feels like, gosh, we haven't had a trajectory we've wanted for a couple of years, then it becomes a question about my performance. But it's really hard to say that I can ensure that every first grader is gonna grow this year. We can give them everything that we have available to give them, and it may not change the number.
And sometimes it's really non-intuitive, right? Like, we are talking about. When we're so small, demographics is a huge part of what year over year looks like. And as our demographics change, and let's say we do a really good job. I'm not saying we have, but let's say we do a really good job at helping students who have not been helped elsewhere. What's that gonna do? That's gonna bring in more choice from other students who are having a hard time. And that may set our scores down for grade levels instead of up. And that would look bad on year over year charts on our grades, right? So there's a lot of context, which is very difficult on a district this small.
There's a real conundrum in a small district like this, because we want to measure performance. I think Kelly's, you're very much wired this way,
Right.
but in some ways, it can't be done. There's so much subjectivity to each individual student. And then, yeah, it's always changing, right? You have kids advancing up, new kids coming in, kids leaving, like.
No, let's
moving target.
say we really developed a program that, like, those high cap kids are find amazing. Well, that would look great on our demographics of choice transfers in of high cap kids, but is that what we want? Do we want to just like massage the numbers, or do we want to help the kids we can help?
It almost might look great because it's two kids.
Right,
My biggest concern is.
exactly.
We had the COVID. School kind of got behind. A lot of the kids were way behind on their reading and math. I wonder if those kids are getting caught up or are we leaving them behind? I don't want to see them left behind.
Well, I think we have to
we'd
get
be
the,
just as happy with verbal reports that
Yeah.
the data up there is great, you know, it's all in color and it shows everybody's doing great, but. You know, a good verbal report is, we've really seen a lot of progress in the last semester. We're real happy with things are working and teachers are happy with their students and.
that's your job,
That's
right? Like,
about all
I
we
think,
can do.
because just the raw data, we're not large enough for that to tell a story. I think the raw data is, again, just some context for
For the conversation.
for the conversation that you need to have with us to tell us how things are working. And it's too all about being data driven, but it's really hard to
It is, and
have
that's,
a meaningful sample size.
that's why I don't ever want to talk about classrooms. I just want to talk about school-wide data because it's too, the very, like, if we talked about K2 right now, there are 8 kids in there.
There-
Like that in a 3-grade blend, like, right? Like, it's not, we can talk about trajectory and like how that teacher's doing over time and how the school's doing over time. We can show growth, but like, it is a big challenge. I think year after year, when we start to look at, well, in 24, 25, when we started the math curriculum, you know, we had this growth, and then 25, 26, like, we can start to look at year to year successes, and I think that might be where data would be more useful.
Can I come up and I just wanna,
Yes.
I talked about this a little bit earlier, but like seeing this image to me when someone presented it was, and I will, this one, I draw down here,
Yeah, or if I can get you white, you want poster paper?
either way.
Okay.
One thing. When Kelly's talking about it's too early, I've seen like, it applies to things like weightlifting, it applies to most change that implements growth. Anytime you make a change, like here's your stasis, you're gonna have this. Right? And then if it's a good change, because all of a sudden you got all these things that are harder and different. And if it's a good change, then you're gonna start seeing this over time. And then you get to about here and you're saying, like, what else needs to change? And you're gonna get this. And then like this type of pattern shows a company, shows a person, shows an organization that's committed to growth. And one of our jobs, if we're too soon, is not being, well, look, we were here, now we're here, let's axe that and do something different. And now we're here. And that's super
Can't it.
right there.
So
Yeah.
I think that, so if the board hears that from you, along with the resources you need, that's what our job is. We need to know that this is working, but I need another halftime para, or I need, such and such add-on to the curriculum.
Or we need to evaluate this 10 months from now to see how effective it actually is, because we're in that, the equivalent would be, you're weaker after you've done a weightlifting session, right? But your body comes back stronger. And so much micro would be saying, I was much stronger yesterday. I did a weightlifting session and right, like that's the kind of thing. And so like that's part of the story you need to tell us.
Okay.
We're making this change. We're not going to see the benefits of this for another 6 months, 12 months, a year and a half. And then we can have that. Well, all right, well.
I will say, we've been in a great position because with especially at Mill A, the curriculum adoptions did not,
do that.
they didn't, and so
Yeah.
it's been great, it's been
Oh,
really
good.
great,
Yeah.
so like, we're seeing success that can be shared.
That's cool.
But we still don't have 3 trajectory points, like, I can't graph it, I can't really graph this yet,
Right.
because we only have 1 full year of it. And so it's hard to give you the information that belongs at the board level, because we don't have it yet, but I can do a better job of,
And this isn't so much for you. It helps me to remember that. It helps me in conversations, because this may not be a data trajectory. This may be somebody's coming to me because things feel hard,
yes.
because we made a change. That's like part of what needs to be kept in mind, is like, it's gonna feel hard. It's gonna feel worse, possibly, when we and we need to give it more time to see.
So,
What
so
did you
one
say when
area,
we started, it was gonna take about
3 years. Yeah, I mean, we made an organizational level change. It's like trying to turn around an aircraft carrier. It takes time.
so could I say, like, I think this is maybe a little microcosm of it. It's less measurable and more subjective, but I've observed, like with PCIA the last, couple of years, we've been in a big transition. I mean, the whole school's been in a transition. And I think we've talked about this at board meetings, like within PCIA, we've had some real changes in the schedule and how things are done. There's sort of different modes of accountability with our students, shall we say. And that's been a hard transition for them. And it's been hard for people that were in the system before and are now under this new system. It's probably been less hard for students that are new to the system. And yeah, just a lot of things that are changing. And now I think kind of an emergent issue over the last number of months has been we've unfortunately, I think for very disparate reasons, lost some of our students within PCIA. But I kind of view it, or hope to view it, in that way where, oh yeah, we've got a lot of transition, a lot of change, but I think we've set a good foundation that's gonna really help us in these years ahead. Anyway, but that's a little bit of a microcosm.
Absolutely. I mean, I've been having that discussion with a lot of folks, like the seniors have had a hard go. Right? They've had a lot of change in their 4 years in high school. And there's no way to avoid that other than sticking with the status quo, which isn't what we want to do, like. Like we want to have the best program we're capable of having. And so the things that were brought up during like the hiring process for me and discussions with students and staff and parents, like we've been addressing that, but to Eric's point, change by itself is hard. Right? And change that incorporates additional accountability can be really hard. But we don't want to not make change that we feel needs to happen. And that is where this graph really comes in.
So. We gotta give it time. So how do we know how we're doing while we're giving
Well,
it time?
I mean, we'll bring you information, anecdotal and like actual hard raw data. But I think the important thing, like Eric's pointing out, is to realize, like, when we see this, we like,
It's
don't
no
panic.
big deal.
It might not
It
be.
always does.
Yeah.
So we don't really know how we're doing.
yeah. So we just might need more data points to determine whether it's working or not.
Well, I
And
think
and
we-
the art is recognizing that, okay, we're going through a dip that's because of change. And the growth is, we still expect the growth to come versus just being stuck on it and not making a pivot and being able to say, hey, this just isn't working. That's the art. And we're not in a good position to see that.
It's
kind of
kinda
answer
like,
that, we have to rely
I
on you
think
and-
we need, and this is to what I said earlier, just your feedback, like we need,
Right.
we
That's
need
what I-
honest
yeah.
transparency. Into kind of the real problems that sometimes are gonna be difficult to get at because of privacy concerns and all that, and we wanna have fidelity to that. But we just need to know where are the real problems and how can we address them? Or as a board, can we even help address, or, where is your focus? So it's difficult because it's much more subjective and the information can be limited on a per student, but like, those are where our real challenges are, so.
Well, and it's also you hopefully need to feel comfortable coming to us and say, hey, I made this change. I was expecting this, but I didn't consider this and this, and I think I need to roll it back, or we need to rethink this, and you guys help me work through that, because if that's the level we can operate at, that'd be awesome. And we can't be afraid that like, I need to stick with my decision because people are gonna crucify me if I made the wrong decision, because you're gonna get some things right, you're gonna get some things wrong, and that's okay too.
That's good.
Cool. You guys wanna look at the school improvement plan while you eat?
Well,
I might. My
Yeah,
stomach's
step
not
out.
good. Great.
where's this from?
Sunrise juice.
My glasses are so dirty, harder to see. Cause I put them up on my head and then they get hair product on. And then now I can't see it all. Okay, thanks.
She has some.
I probably just need to clean them off, but
I just cleaned mine.
that's okay, I'm good, thank you.
What is BLT mean?
Building leadership team. You're so good to me.
I know.
I know.
My husband, I took my glasses off and I was like, can you hold these for a second? And he was like, can you even see through these? Like, what did you do? Go eat a cheeseburger and touch the lenses? No. It's hair product. It's the stuff that keeps my hair from being frizzy.
So is this a district plan or this is our elementary school plan? The one
So
that's printed here.
this one, this one that you have in front of you is no school. So it's by school.
What?
But we didn't print one for.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, because I thought we would just revisit what it
Yeah.
is in preparation for the mid-year review that's coming up.
Well, I think it's really important that we all understand that this is a state requirement, that there's a continuous effort.
Yeah,
Right.
and yes, and I want you guys to understand the process of what it takes to get there.
Before you get into this, can I ask a question? I probably asked this at the last meeting. If you could rank it on a scale of, 0 to 100%. What percentage is this structure of the school improvement plan actually useful in the day-to-day?
I make probably all of my decisions around the goals embedded in here.
Okay, and so doing this and preparing and managing to this document is actually useful. It doesn't create a lot of box checking and sort of useless bureaucracy.
I mean, it's a pretty long worksheet, but it really does drive a lot of our decision making, right? So like the goals in here were, as you'll see, it's like implementing MTSS.
Yes.
Attendance, right? Washington State has a huge attendance initiative. Because we know that students don't learn if they don't access instruction, right? And so the process of doing this that is happening now is very collaborative.
Right.
Like, right, so the BLT, the building leadership team, looks at this, talks about it, reviews like the goal, and they'll help me write next year's goals. So that it's not something that I'm just doing on my own. I collect some of the data and bring it to them, and then we talk about like what's gonna move the needle for student success.
Yeah.
So all of this is rooted in high expectations for all students to be able to achieve. Like it's absolutely rooted in that. And that's why I kind of wanted to walk you guys through the process, because I think there are steps that might not be as obvious in helping us get there.
Well, that's super helpful, because then this is what we wanted to talk about.
So the first thing that we do when we're getting ready to do the school improvement plan, and this is it shows the previous year's demographics, because that's what you have. So we do a resource inequity tool where we just are examining kind of some of the demographics and what we have access to. So last year, when we were getting ready to write the school improvement plan for this year, we looked at our existing demographics. So we have like 42 students. This is for Mill A school. For teachers to administrators, it gives you the demographic breakdown. I don't, we haven't printed the.
Yeah, I have it. I
We
was
look,
just seeing if it was inside here too.
no, it helps us though, sets the foundation. Kind of like when I was showing, the work the BLT is doing, where we're looking at that demographical data to just kind of help us know. So we had 3 fully licensed teachers, and then one on an emergency certification. We talked about how much experience our teachers have. We look at our paraeducators. So we're examining all of the supports we have. And that goes to what Anita was talking about. It helps me identify what I might need to ask the board to like that we have a need, like we're looking at this and we're realizing we have a staff that is newer to the profession. We really have to think about investing more in professional development, right? So that help inform those decisions. And then we look at our high quality instructional materials. This was really helpful in knowing that we needed curriculum, right? We didn't have a district-wide adopted curriculum for K-8. So we knew we needed to do that. We had an outdated curriculum that a teacher went and got, which I appreciate. That is not by any means like a negative. I think it was great that she found a way to have something with structure for her class, but it meant that we identified that we didn't have something that kids were using from K to 8 whenever possible. The more aligned our curriculum is, the easier it is for kids to learn, right? Like we want our teachers to know exactly what to teach them in kindergarten, so they're ready for first grade, so they're ready for second grade, and so on. And if the teachers have to create it, that's almost impossible.
Well, it's easier for us to see where the gaps are, what we need to do so they can learn.
Yeah. So that was kind of the bulk of the, equity tool, and then it walked through family surveys, and we just didn't have that data yet, so that's kind of part of what's driving the need to get a survey that we can keep the same year over year. So then we can look at the actual school improvement plan. And this is a pretty lengthy document.
That's this,
Yeah, does it say MAS on?
everybody else.
Yeah.
Consolidated improvement.
Yeah. So there is some box checking at the beginning, John, to your point, but. Oh, I opened the PCIA one. That's not helpful.
So we have school graphics in the PCIA one, but not so much. Really?
Oh, I misfiled it. I'm gonna pull up the PCIA one just in the interest of time, because that is the one that I have open. They're basically the same, the demographics is part different. Um. So when you look at the actual, the improvement plan itself, it will just kind of walk you through some information that OSPI will need, when you're considering what your school is like, right? Grade span, enrollment, free or reduced lunch percentage, things like that. It wants you to input your vision and mission statement, and this was a big part of what started that conversation about needing to update it. Because this isn't really actionable. PCIA is a college and the high school program through partnership with local community colleges. PCIA students enjoy an academically rigorous, STEM-focused, relationship-based educational program and graduate ready to pursue college or career path and beyond. That was a
Description of what it is.
Yeah. Yeah. So we want something that really informs our decision and is actionable. So there's the team members that reviewed it.
Is
So
this a BLT or is this a different?
this was the building leadership. And this is last year's. The school accountability framework information is something that we're too small. Our numbers don't allow us to put in enough data, which is part of why we always get to do an extra step for OSPI to make sure that we are making data-driven decisions for students. And then we describe our program, right? We talk about our Title I, because that's special funding, what we're using that for. We go on to answer all these questions. And all of that. So this is the process in getting towards the goals, right?
There it is.
Gets us to our priorities. So improve utilization of high school and beyond planning to ensure students have access to all necessary coursework without being overloaded to ensure a balanced approach to academics that supports students' mental health. That was priority number one. Priority number two was improve attendance rates through interventions and supports. And priority number three was to utilize the newly implemented MTSS multi-tiered systems of support framework to provide additional support systems. So to your question about like how important is this? When making decisions around PCIA this year, these are the top three priorities that we identified. And so that's the lens through which we've been making my decisions.
Perfect job.
We heard a lot of student feedback in the 24-25 school year about burnout for our like sophomores and juniors, that their course load was too heavy. It had too many college credits, that it was just really intense, and that it was impacting their stress level. So we made some changes to our, like, the way our classes build on each other, the prerequisites, and that was also a big factor in the going to the 7-period day, because it allowed shorter chunks for them. Instead of having big homework assignments that were due like 4 days later, we were able to break it up into smaller, more manageable lesson assignment versus like a long lecture and 2 or 3 days worth of homework based on student feedback.
How does that do when they go into college?
So the data and like research supports this schedule for the age group that we serve. So by the time they leave for college, they're 18, 19 years old. Their brain development is very different than a 14 or 15-year-old. So they're more ready for that than a 14-year-old. They can
Where are you getting your data from?
like peer-reviewed research articles.
Not our good.
I mean, we heard what they were saying about their stress level, but as far as the solution, it's peer-reviewed like research and data supporting that developmentally, like an adolescent in the age range of a freshman and sophomore benefits significantly more from a shorter class period. And that it's one study I read said that it was somewhat neutral for juniors and it was actually beneficial also for seniors. So because it really breaks it down for them, their executive functioning, they're not ready yet to take a week's worth of work and figure out how to structure it. So they were waiting till the last minute. And then they had what should have been 5 little days worth of work that they were trying to cram in on Sunday night. And or just not coming to school on Monday.
I think that's good for 77-year-olds too.
I struggle with it with my own studies to the point that honestly, like to even in one of my classes that I'm taking now at the doctorate level, they're giving us assignment of like we have to read a book. It's 250 pages. We have 2 days or 2 weeks to do it. But they also are then saying, here's a suggested pacing to help you accomplish this goal. Even for at this level, they're saying, do this in 2 weeks. Here's how we recommend you break it down.
That's good.
Well, but you're taking a lot of your stuff in like summer school that base too, right? Or some of it?
Not right now.
Okay.
Yeah, right now it's a full, I've got 4 credits right now.
Okay.
But it's proposal development, so it's
Yeah.
like, it's just honing in on what I want to do. The reading is pretty intense. I
Yeah.
pretty much spend 1 day on the weekend reading. I'm not following the pacing guide. I'm the kid who's waiting till the last minute to get it all done. Okay, so digging in a little bit, the Smarty goal number 1 for PCIA was using the high school and beyond plan. It's required by the state of Washington that every student starting in 7th grade has a high school and beyond plan. There's like steps where they investigate like what they're good at, what they enjoy, kind of helps guide them through like what courses they should take, what they might consider post-graduation, things like that.
So John, we found out last year that Smarty goals
Our SMART goals that are inclusive and equitable.
Right, right.
Inclusive and equitable, for the goal. So our goal this year was 100% of our students will have an active and current high school and beyond plan that was created collaboratively with student and staff input and will be on track to graduate based on their individual plan. This one was easy. We joined a pilot. They do it during learning teams. It's really easy to track. It's great. I think it's going pretty well. Yeah, I mean, most kids are ahead. They can kind of self-pace it, but it also really helped our learning team advisors know what to do with that time. Like, it gave them a structure for how to guide them during learning teams. So it says answer in January for mid-year progress, but we're still waiting for data for some of the other questions. So we'll be doing that late February. So now the next step is that we do a check-in. We see where we're at, and then we will report on that. So here are all the steps that we determined we would have to do to meet this goal, right? So you can see it's a really detailed plan, and it does take a lot of work. But when we're having conversations about what we're going to do, sorry, I'm scrolling back and forth. We can look to this for our answers if we're not sure, right? So we decided to join the pilot program. That was going to be one way that we would meet this goal. All high schools or secondary schools in Washington will have to use the software that we're using starting next year. So it made a lot of sense to just get in on the pilot and not do a switch 2 years in a row. Our next goal was improve student attendance rates so that 90% of students attend school at an annual attendance rate of 90% or better. That goal came right from Washington State's attendance initiative. And then we've got kind of some of the steps that we said we would take. So students will be monitored by classroom teacher for attendance. They'll identify barriers to attendance. They'll build relationships with families to encourage regular attendance. We are running, this says monthly attendance reports will be collected. We're doing it weekly. And then through our multi-tiered systems of support process, any teacher who's concerned about a student's attendance can bring up that student. And once a month, we have what we call our individual problem solving team. They meet to just discuss any support a teacher needs with student academics, behavior, or attendance. And so that's part of our, that's myself, Amy Lomax, Jessica, because she's our interventionist. And then we have a teacher from Middle A School and a teacher from PCIA. We get together once a month and make sure that anyone who wants to just chat about supports can come in and we can talk about it and give them some ideas, and then we can track and monitor progress.
Is that the coffee chat?
No,
Different.
that's different.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of meetings.
I know. I like it.
And, oh yes, and Kate.
School board supposed to be doing to help you with this, or was it up to you?
More to the point, I'm curious, how did we set these? These are great, but like, how did the board go about setting these last year? And what do you foresee realistically that looking like, Kelly? Like, when we get to this goal setting, which I think is part of what we want to be talking about today, is that going to apply to more the 26, 27 school year? Or what are we
So
thinking?
for the
The board
school
hasn't seen
improvement
it.
plan,
What?
We did, I don't remember establishing the board
This-
having.
so
a
she-
meeting to
she-
establish.
She brought these to us
Yeah.
last year and we supported her.
Yeah.
So,
so
yeah, but we didn't go through it like this.
these goals,
We didn't define the goals and help write them.
Yeah. these are school level goals, not board level goals.
Okay.
But I believe that it's a really great thing to inform the board's evaluation of how I'm doing my job.
Well, that's where we talked about, it was in your evaluation, and we went through these, like, well, we're gonna be looking at these as part of your evaluation next year, how
Yeah.
we did on these specific goals that
Yeah.
you brought to us. And I think there's one of them we asked to be more specific or measurable.
I think, yeah.
And you did adjust that.
Yeah. I think this is a really good indicator of a lot of things. For me, this is a collaborative document, right? It's created collaboratively. It steers our student-centered decision-making. It's a good way for you guys to determine whether I'm making data-driven decisions, not emotional decisions. And to see if the district is progressing in the direction that building staff and leadership felt was important enough to identify as the 3 goals that we get to set, because it's only 3 goals.
Okay.
And this is turned into the state as part of the
Yeah,
pilot.
and it's
Kelly, how are we doing on what percent of our students are at an annual attendance rate of 90% or better?
so we're not there.
Yeah.
I will say when Washington rolled this goal out, they said it was a 5-year plan.
Mhm.
And so one of the other things that's important in this process to know is not meeting a goal doesn't mean failure. Right? So like, we just went ahead and wrote the goal as like what the ultimate goal is. We didn't write it as like, we're way down here, let's take baby steps. We're like, this is where we want to go. Let's implement everything we can to get towards that. So that might be our goal for 5 years in a row. I can say at PCIA, our underclassmen rate is better than our upperclassmen's rate. And that's part of a culture shift that's happening. So
What kind of culture shift?
our freshmen feel more obligated to come to school every day than some of our upperclassmen do.
Why?
Well, if I might, like, I think back to what I was saying a few minutes ago, I just think we've had a big shift in PCIA. And part of it, I think, was it drove, we had a change in leadership within the school. And then not only that, this year we've changed to this different schedule. That's the more periods throughout the day, where things are much more broken up, like Kelly said, versus before it was much more like, I guess, like a college thing where kids maybe had a lot more freedom and latitude, like, okay, here's more of a lecture thing. And then you've got to get a big thing turned in, but then they were missing that because it was almost like maybe too much freedom. And so, but that's what the upperclassmen were accustomed to in years past, and with that change, that's just been a hard thing for them, I think. Versus
It's been,
kids that start as freshmen, that's all they know. They're just starting that way.
it's been really hard. In addition, we've had in the past, we've had students who have excelled so well that by the time they're junior or senior, they have enough credits to graduate then. And they didn't have to take classes because they didn't need to take classes. And so, because we did have a tiny bit more of what you might say a normal college environment than what we have now. But we also found out there were students that didn't have enough credits to transfer from our school to another school as far as high school credits go, because we had them at different levels.
They were getting
Then-
college credits.
Yeah, and so there's been a major change, and we want to keep it to as much of a college environment as we can to encourage them and have them invested. But we still have to make it a system that works for all students.
So
So they have choices.
what about MLA?
Pardon? Honestly, I haven't watched the attendance data quite as closely, so I wouldn't want to quote it off the top of my head. We aren't gonna meet that goal this year.
No, I mean, honestly, I think that's a very challenging goal from our demographics as well, and I don't. And that's when you get into like the realistic, what is a realistic goal? What would it look like for improvement?
Well, I think Eric, the biggest thing on some of these goals is like, this is the goal, right? It's a lofty goal, it's a stretch goal. And it's not something that we're gonna hit in 1 year, but what we can really look at is like what we've done with the implementation, like, right? So like, what are the conversations that our staff are having with students and families? Are they building relationships that are focused on encouraging attendance? Are we improving our messaging to families about the importance of attendance? Are we doing a better job of just keeping track of who might need support?
Right.
right? And so those are kind of where I think we'll see the success this year. But I wouldn't change the goal. I wouldn't want to lower it.
I mean, do you think that 5 years from now, we'll be meeting that goal?
I don't know. I think that's the bar, though. I think that's the bar that we should always strive for, because that means that we have a vast majority of our students who are accessing the vast majority of their instruction. So I don't feel like, even if it's not something that we feel like we can attain, we shouldn't shoot for it.
I think
Well-
you're probably going to the R, right? And-
It's at some level, like if you're gonna measure yourself against a realistic goal, that doesn't mean that, where's that stretch goal versus what is the expectation and success? And there's a difference in between them, and so one danger of like, well, here's what we wanna do, but we'll never do it, is that your goals become, you don't feel an obligation to meet them because they're not realistic, and it becomes okay to fail. And failure is okay, right? But it's also like understanding what does real success look like? And so
Were you gonna say something?
I don't understand. When I was in school, I was there 100% of the time, maybe.
no sick days?
No sick days, having that. But
Yeah,
having a goal of 90% is
yeah, that's a lot.
lenient.
How many school days is it?
It's 180 days.
180, so that's 18 days that you would. 90% is like 18 days over the school year.
It's one day every 2 weeks, essentially.
So imagine if we like that, and that's for me where like lowering it. Although it might take us years to achieve this, lowering it doesn't feel good to me, because this is already kids missing 18 days of instruction.
That's a lot.
That's a lot, like. That impacts the classroom, that impacts the teacher, because it can change their pacing. It has wide reaching, impact.
And this isn't like, I mean, I remember there was one year we took a 3-week trip and I was doing homework every day on the trip, and we went to the
Mhm.
Capitol, we went to Philadelphia, and we did all these other things. And I was sending homework back because we got that all lined up. And so that was a great experience. That's not the kinds of things we're talking about.
Well, but that is part of the measurement of improvement, because we are actually seeing an increase in the number of students who we know take these, thank you, Jessica, these family trips, that now, because we've put this very clear focus on attendance because of its impact to all
Right.
students, that are now actually coming and getting the form that says, we're gonna be gone for these 4 days, and taking it to their teacher, and their teacher's now saying, this is what you're gonna miss. Turn it in when you get back. We weren't having that that happen at the same level we are now
Good.
at the beginning of last year. So the fact that we've been talking about this, we've been tracking it, that we've worked with instructors on it, we've worked with families on it. We're gaining traction on those things, and it may take us a long time to get to 90% at 90%. But that's where the state has set the bar. And we're gonna do everything.
That's the state requirement, 90%.
That's a Washington
goal.
state initiative
Got it.
to get there, right? And we're gonna just continue to hone our resources and our efforts and our skills to keep trying to move towards that.
I think that's really good to involve the family back, so the family knows that they have some responsibility there, as well as the student knows. But I also think that we have to take into consideration, times are changing. You have people that get sick, and there's certain things that are out there now, you're gonna be gone for 5 days.
Mhm.
And so I think the 90% should be an average.
Well, yeah. Oh, wait, no,
Well, we're trying to get 90% of our students to hit 90%,
yeah, right.
right? Which,
If you have 40 kids, then
It's-
36 of them are gonna be less than 18 days missed.
yeah.
Would be the.
Yeah.
the rule.
And there are students who would be typically be exempt from the data, students that would fall under McKinney-Vento, are homeless or housing insecure students who normally wouldn't get considered in that data. Our team is still analyzing it holistically, but when we report it to the state, then those students are taken out. So any student who is considered unhoused doesn't.
Do we have those?
We do. Yeah.
I have one other just
side question, this like me, is English learner the same as like ESL?
Does school give out credits for, when I was in high school, I worked at WKO, I got early release and got credit for it. Do they still do that?
Work release. For like internships or,
It's just that you went out, got a job and, you know, we used to do.
Well, there's 12 or 13 different paths you can take to get your high school degree. And some of those paths do include doing out of classroom work.
yeah, like there's like internship opportunities, but not necessarily just like a job, like.
Yeah, well, and part of, some of those paths would not involve a student being a student in their school if they went.
See, I worked at WKO, full-time 8-hour job. I went to school, got out, went to work, went home and slept and did it all over again. But I got like an hour or 2 hours early release and I got credit for it.
Yeah, Washington State is really,
And that was in Washington.
they're constantly making changes to what does and doesn't count for credit. It's a lot to track. It's a lot.
Huh.
And in fact, there's so many rules, Phil, that now WKO could not hire you
Yeah.
more than 4 hours in a day.
Yeah.
There's just a bunch of rules now.
Now you gotta be.
But there are creative ways for students to get their high school degree. But many of those students who make that choice, we can't accommodate that at our academy. Is that a fair thing to say?
Yes. The third PCIA goal is to implement, MTSS framework. So just for context, the MTSS goal and the attendance goal for middle school are the exact same goal. The high school and beyond plan, for the goal that replaced that on middle A school was, curriculum implementation. But the last goal is to have a fully implemented multi-tiered system of support framework, including a referral process, which means that teachers can refer students to the team to further brainstorm or get additional supports, data monitoring, monthly progress review, progress monitoring cycles to ensure that all students are receiving supports necessary to thrive academically, behaviorally, and in attendance. So this is a really big meaty goal about what I spend a lot of my time doing day to day. Making sure that we have a way for teachers to ask for help, making sure that teachers are aware of the metrics that would identify that a student might need help. And then collecting data along the way. We've done an awesome job with our title intervention, our reading interventions, and having like 6-week cycles. We have testing, we're adding additional metrics, like, so I'm excited to write up our mid-year review on all the things that we've done about this. And then now the process we're gonna start here is the mid-year reflection. We'll answer all these questions. And then at the end of the year, we'll answer all these questions. And then we'll start the process all over again. But this, I wanted to make sure that you guys saw this because I think this would be really a great place to start when we're talking about my goals. And when we get through that mission and vision work, like it will really inform the goals that the team sets for the school improvement plan. So it's very cyclical.
So we only have an hour left. If we were to do a brief overview using the PCIA notebook and then go down to making sure we have captured anything we want to continue conversations on in future retreat meetings and the superintendent evaluation, because the goals for Kelly, we don't want to leave the meeting without having some notes on that, because that's very important, and things that we've talked about in here are probably the foundations for many of the goals. And have you brought sample goals for us, or?
I'm not.
No, okay. So let's look at the rest of the agenda and what does the board feel about things we need to highlight in the next hour? for establish an action item for us so that we can set a second retreat meeting. Comments?
Tell me again when is the superintendent evaluation due, or what's our target for
We-
completion there? And is that the same time in which where will these goals be set for the following like 12-month period or the following academic year or?
Well, the superintendent evaluation is really something that needs to be done in conjunction with the budget process to ensure that we are prepared to have sufficient funding to meet our goals for our superintendents as a result of the evaluation, if that makes any sense.
There's also time on our contract.
I'm kind of confused a little bit. This is telling us the school's view, of goals. What is this board supposed to be doing?
So are you talking about the goals that were in here?
What she just talked about, just
Right.
showed us while we were eating and stuff.
So these
I
goals.
feel like we're just hearing goals, but I don't know what the board's
I'm gonna let Kelly answer that.
supposed to be doing, or,
So
what is our job? Just
to really evaluate whether I'm doing a good job moving the school towards the goals. And if I'm successfully implementing what is on there as far as like the strategies and the things that we would do to try to meet those. So not necessarily that we hit the, like, it doesn't mean that it's failure if we don't hit the goal, like Eric was saying, but like, are we doing things that make sense? Are my judgments sound, helping us move in that direction?
Thank you.
What do you think, Kelly?
I'm feeling pretty good about the school improvement plans this year.
Yeah.
So, or February 1st is the answer to your question, John.
Oh, before February 1st. Okay, well, so we're right on track with that.
Yeah.
So we need to be getting that done and. Okay, and. Did we do that last year? Well,
We didn't do it before February 1st.
No, but that wasn't in that, that's what got rid of
Well,
last time.
we
What
had,
did we
we
do?
did have very specific goals and we did, we evaluated those goals and the success towards those goals
Well,
that
we
were made.
certainly had a robust superintendent evaluation last year.
Mhm, we did, but we did not establish good goals for this year. So we did not make that step. So this year in the evaluation, we don't have goal A, goal B and goal C, and how is she doing towards those goals? And have we provided her the resources to meet those goals,
Right.
or has she brought us
And
challenges?
even like the goals that we agreed on and put into these filings. We don't have our media review of that, and so it'd be good to have some data before we even do the evaluation as well.
We kind of gave her whatever she asked for, didn't we, to help her receive these goals?
Yeah, you guys have done awesome. I think we have everything that we need to be working on the school improvement goals. There are so many different ways, like. This is a topic that comes up in a lot of superintendent meetings and just. The goals can be so very many different things, like, right, like some superintendents are evaluated on. Like metrics like that, and some are more evaluated on like soft skills, right? Some are evaluated on a mix between the two. There isn't really a standard.
Yeah, I think define KPIs to like, at the school and the size and demographic, it's really hard to just build your evaluation strictly on KPIs.
Key performance indicators, just like numbers that are changing, that's just, we're not at that.
Well, so the other thing that we need to talk about is last year, when we did the evaluation, we sought input from everyone. We asked for input from all teachers and all staff. Oh, did you go to parents?
Yeah, I think so.
And so we sought input from everyone. And we received significant amount of input that was certainly significantly positive. And so I'm hoping we don't want to do that this year, but maybe we want to do a partial.
Why wouldn't you wanna do that?
Pardon?
Why wouldn't you wanna do that?
There's a danger, Bill, if we make a 360 review, an annual thing where we're asking parents and community to give input every year, then our participation is gonna fall off naturally. You know, it is, it's like,
Well, you know, part of the big problem is that you can't just do that and ignore it. You have to respond to it.
Well, that's the
And I
purpose of
think
doing
that,
it.
pardon?
That's the purpose of doing it, find out.
Well, in a
where
way
they're at.
that, well, that's very true. So I think that maybe something more this year is just to let everyone know that we're beginning the process and to please feel free to
reach out to us with any feedback.
reach
or-
out with any
Yeah.
feedback to the board. And by a particular deadline.
For us, right, if you were a company and you're like asking for feedback on your product and you're sending something out every 6 months or every year, people start to ignore it. And if this becomes an annual thing we're asking for out of the community and everything else, would be, whatever, it's gonna go. But if we come back and say, you know, we're looking for your input again 4 years from now. Or, you know, every so often, or maybe like as we get closer to renewal time, and just say, yeah, we want more than we're not asking as much out of people to give input. It's not a.
I do have to say, it was very anxiety inducing.
Yeah.
And also understandably necessary. But it is much harder to feel like the feedback helps me do a better job if it's not measured, if it's not feedback on goals that I've been trying to attain.
Right.
It's so open-ended.
Yeah.
Right? So like, obviously, you guys make the decision, but I feel like if we get into a better pattern of like establishing goals, and then in the following year, seeking feedback on the attainment of those goals as opposed to just open-ended, that feels more.
Yeah, last year it was really important, because it was a major change,
Well-
major change.
Well, also, we had done a 1 year provisional contract and we were looking at whether to renew and
Mhm.
negotiate a new contract.
And that's
And-
part of the timeline, John, is that we have to have it done in time, not only to budget for appropriate funds, but to determine. Is job description correct? Do we need to modify it? And is our
And I would say, Kelly, I mean, there's a place for feedback in the way that we shape goals. Right? It's less about. You're a 7, you're a 9, you're a 6, but it's like. Are we missing something that we should be focusing on? Is there another voice that we should be hearing and then have that conversation? And I'm sure there is lots of voices, and not everything is there. That did make sense. So not everything is gonna be prioritized. We have to, we can't do everything for everyone, but.
How do you implement that?
Well, I think. So when Kelly talks about it being anxiety inducing, well, no, of course it is, right? And that's not, you know, when we look for feedback, it's like, as we set our priorities for the next year, we welcome, we welcome input on what we may be missing, right? That's part of the message that we would
And who
be,
are you giving that to?
I would say,
Well,
Our-
last year, we had so many comments that, we shared all of the comments with Kelly. She got the whole package about that thick, right?
Whatever became of that one person complaining about feeding the kids in the morning or what happened?
We talk periodically.
See what?
I talk to that person periodically.
Still talking
Yes.
to you about it.
So how should we move forward in establishing goals? Do we each want to come up with a goal, submit it, and I can summarize them and we can meet on that? Do we want to?
My 2 cents on it is, I think we should try to bring this evaluation to a quicker conclusion, given that it was due February 1st. I think if it means it's little less precise or formal, we roll with that. And then I think we quickly on the heels of that or along with it. Work on just defining what the goals are for, I'm just unclear, like, do those goals need to be like 12 months forward, or should they cover from like basically now? Till the end of the next academic year, like, that's my only,
Well,
I think we should work on the goals,
I think
and
we
I,
got-
I think that. We. I'm just more like, kind of back to my point earlier, like, we are the board, like, people. Put us here to do this job, like, to go and ask for a lot of outside input, I don't totally disagree with that, and I think maybe it's useful every now and again.
Right.
But I just think we just need to hunker down and make that evaluation, and that's what we're charged to do, and
So we've
so,
got performance evaluation. Separate from goals
Mhm.
as far as the district goes and staff, and then specific goal performance. Go ahead.
yeah, so I think, yeah, I think we need to do the evaluation for this last year that probably. Because if I understand, there were not goals set as part of Kelly's thing last year, we're gonna have to, it's gonna be a little more judgmental and subjective, but we do that. And then we use that, kind of get it done, but maybe in conjunction with it, figure out how do we set goals for what the next year is. And I think we've talked about some great material that should probably define those goals.
And so. It's. It's tough because there's a disconnect before the timing of when we're doing reviews. Between, goals naturally align with a school year at some level, so, if we set goals for the 25-26 school year. It really, like, how we're doing on meeting those goals. It would be like, okay, you're looking at your mid-year progress, but then also. In February 27, you're looking at how you did in the 25-26 school year, because of how we're putting the timing we said we're gonna do for our superintendent evaluation. It definitely, part of the evaluation is how are you doing that, implementing at goal setting? And honestly, I think sometimes the problem with goal setting is you're not setting the right goals, and that's part of what you learn from as well. It's not that you didn't execute the goal, it's that you set an unrealistic goal. And we need to get better at setting goals, and that comes with setting goals. You get better and better at, like, setting the right goals that are realistic, the more you do it and come back and look at those goals.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I have a question about what we base our evaluation on. What are we supposed to? We're supposed to make an evaluation. What do we base it on?
Well,
That's
I
the
can
question
show you what we
here.
did last year. It was like
So if you're evaluating an employee, you start off with they have a job description. So you're evaluating if they're fulfilling their job. And then you're evaluating based on very specific goals that aren't in the job description. They're goals, they're jobs you give them, goals you give them to meet. You're evaluating whether or not those goals will be or have been met. And normally the employee will say, here's what I accomplished under this goal. Here's what I accomplished under this goal. And then you have a conversation, and that helps you establish the next year's goal. But then you also can have evaluation based on feedback. So, because we are a relationship-based educational system, so there may be feedback on that specifically that isn't tied to a goal or the job description. But there's
Feedback.
very specific. Anybody, parents, whatever.
They could be biased and.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, yeah. But basically, you have a job description, so she has a job to do, and that's your first start. But Eric, I'm sure you'd like to step in here. Nope, okay.
well, no, and I feel like. Yeah, I mean, there's value in, like, that kind of 360 review or that type of thing, but you have to understand. Perspective and really. There's those forms that are, here's all the responsibilities of a superintendent, are they doing on each of these subjects, and a lot of them are. Really hard for us to put in, but I don't think we necessarily get great information from the 360 reviews on those subjects anyway, and so, from a value perspective. what John was saying and what we would hopefully do a better job of is aligning expectations. So Kelly knows, here is what I will be judged on. And she can, like, when she talks about, right,
Like.
Yeah, like, do we have a form, just in the interest of getting this done this year, is there a reasonable
Things
WASDA
we don't
form
do.
that we can each provide some subjective
Well, there
feedback?
is, there's a WASDA form,
Uh-huh.
and we used that in the past, but it didn't really help a lot because it's pages and pages, and we had a board member that said, well, I can't answer this, and I can't answer that, because I haven't been here. And so she'd get a 3 on this one versus somebody else that had been around and given it a higher number, so the results really didn't tell us much.
it's like you're doing a 1 to 10 evaluation on a whole bunch of,
Mhm.
on 30 different things.
But they're based on the responsibilities of the superintendent that we see in this booklet.
Yeah,
Yeah.
what I'm envisioning kind of is more of a 2-page thing that's got 7 to 10 questions that could be objective, but like they could have a ranking, but I think what'd be more important is just have a brief commentary.
And
And
I
I'm thinking aloud, like maybe it's each board member provides a little bit of commentary. And but it's hard because we can't tie that to goals that we develop, but we don't have goals.
That's okay.
So let's just do what we can though. I think we can provide some good feedback to Kelly based on
Well,
what we've seen.
what about this, Kelly? What about if we come to would be ready at the next board meeting? Do you have a form that you think would be a good way for us to evaluate you and for us to fill out and collaborate on?
I think I just nitpicked out of the WASDA form last year when we sent it out. And it'll be based on what it's teaching us here is the responsibilities of the superintendent.
Yeah.
So
If you want.
we're
I
gonna.
can put something together and you
But I-
guys can tear it apart at the next meeting.
I can say what, I mean, when I was on a board, we basically took something very similar to this very lengthy WASDA thing, but it was like impactful instructional leadership. That was the goal. It's very broad, right?
Mhm.
And then we just on a scale of like 1 to 5 gave a rating with some minor commentary. But like I think the goals can be really all encompassing. And you may or may, like, the more narrow they are, the harder it is for people to have information. So I feel like supportive climate for students, staff, and community, like, that's pretty broad, but like. I mean, if you have concerns about it, or if you feel like there are positive things about it, what have you seen me do? And it also can possibly inform me that I need to give you more information in certain areas.
But to me, let's talk about the achievements. Let's talk about the things we were talking about. Rolling out 2 new curriculums, implementing MTSS, right? Are we on track on those items? Are we being successful on what we're putting our efforts into? Beyond just, what is the culture? What is the,
Well, like-
the
Yeah. So
greater.
these are the kinds of questions that didn't work last year.
How do we know the answers to them?
Yeah, everybody reads that phrase and either knows what it means or says, I have no clue how to answer that.
Which phrase?
The blue one.
Oh, yeah. But that's what I'm saying, like, we've talked about it. Kelly has told us this year, when we rolled out the new ELA curriculum, we're rolling out MTSS in 1 year. And are we on track? Are we on track for a successful rollout midway through the year? That's a lot of effort and a lot of that we put in on that. And that's a very good thing for us to be evaluating her on. And there's not a question around that, but we have in our conversations with Kelly, she's like, here's what I view as a priority. Here's what I want to do. We support you in doing that. Are we doing it successfully? Right? That's
And the school improvement plans are a perfect example. I mean, we didn't have one before, Kelly.
right.
So I think like this form, I mean, like, right, for goal one, impactful instructional leadership, then it kind of describes some of the attributes and some of the things that you would see. Like, right, develop, advocate, and enact a shared mission, vision, and core values. I think that's what the building leadership team is doing. We're working on exactly that, right? Strive for equity of educational opportunities, trying to make sure that we're serving all students. So it kind of gives it, this form does give you some guidance on what each one would, what you would think about. It may not get down to exactly the school level, but I think it's a pretty good general roadmap. Develop the professional capacity and practice of school personnel to promote each student's academic success and well-being. Like, that's a really fancy way of saying, like, are we working with teachers to serve students better?
And I think that's the problem. It's a fancy way and not everybody reads and understands the fancy way. We need something more simpler.
How would you evaluate how you're doing?
Well, I
think you're doing
mean,
great.
I'm doing, no,
I think she's told us. I mean, I think she's saying, this is an example of how she might evaluate herself, is this resource.
Yeah, self-evaluation is important. I also, I'd like to hear, what is your number one focus for personal growth? What do you want to be doing better? What isn't going as well as, where do you want to grow and what do you want to be doing better within the school? And I just feel like a lot of the value is in that conversation, not in the specifics, that know that you're doing that self-evaluation and that you have something that is in place. But it's our job to do an evaluation of Kelly. Not, all right, Kelly, time for your self-evaluation, and then we'll sign off on this. As your goal, but your
There's usually a couple of self goals that you would ask the staff member to do, and that staff
Right.
member may have personal goals that they want to achieve, and that's reasonable to ask for it.
Absolutely. No, and it's part of the, I mean,
So
at this level, what she thinks is important for her to be working on
is what
It's
we,
important.
is very important. If we're not in alignment, I mean, we should be putting a lot of weight on that. We should be saying, well, I think you should, oh, wait a minute.
Mhm.
All right, there's some disconnect. Let's talk about it.
So do you want to submit ideas and I'll put something together for the next meeting? I don't want any discussions, just a simple 1 or 2 liner. Or do you want to have 2 of us form a committee?
That thought occurred to me, but I think my idea is getting this resource that Kelly just directed us to. I don't know how many things there were, but if there's 4 or 5 things, let's take that. Maybe use it, but also provide I'll call it a plain English version of it, let's say. Or that maybe is very adapted to our needs. For each question, like, so have a simplified one and then all the other WASDA stuff in there.
Good.
And we try to each provide a few quick thoughts in each of those 4 to 5 sections.
Yeah.
And we share that in a collaborative way. And I think we call that then our evaluation for this year. Doesn't mean we're stuck with that for future. I think we can make it different and better for the future. But I think immediately after that, or part of that actually, should be defining the goals. Again, I just don't know. I don't know for the next period, the next year, the next 18 months. But I mean, I can think of a few of them just because of what we've talked about, but that is where it might be helpful for Kelly to give us some ideas there around here's 7 to 8 possible goal areas we could focus on, and then we can nail those down at the kind of conclusion of the evaluation. And then that's what will give us the next time we come around to evaluate, we can look at those goals and be like, yep, or no.
I feel like maybe since this, unless we change the cycle, we're setting goals for 25 or for 26, 27.
I would think so.
And then when we're doing evaluation, part of what we have to take into account in February 26 is how are we doing towards the 26, 27 goals?
Mhm.
And then in February 27, we say, how are we doing towards the 27, 28 goals? How did we do at finishing up on the 26?
I agree with
And
that.
And that kind of would align with what we're putting in place.
I can send the matrix from WASDA out. And it's a matrix where it's got the goal, it's got some verbiage and you rate between 1 and 10 or something to that effect. And I can send that out. That'll get us started.
Yeah, and I think maybe instead of like just collating everybody's response and doing an average,
We won't do that anymore.
no, let's not do that.
That doesn't help.
Let's like put the stuff you have thoughts on, we'll come together and just walk the form as a team.
I think that's.
And see if we can come up with a consensus and
Mhm.
understand that really the difference. I don't remember if the WASDA was a 10 point, but the difference between one person's 6 might be another person's 8, and we just have to understand that the context is. You know, we'll come up with something as.
But I think that's great, and that'll really be a good foundation for some of the goals.
Yeah, and I just pulled up like an example, there, so it's got
So that's.
just an example, right, of like how they would say. You know, improving academics, and then something more specific. And then
Smart, here's what I did.
data,
So this is an
And then-
example of the matrix that's actually filled out.
correct.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And so then Kelly, I think if you can bring, when we do this, if you can bring your examples of what you've accomplished, what your successes are,
mhm,
what you want to be working on and what your growth areas are, that's still part of the whole
mhm.
conversation.
Yeah, so okay, yeah, it's once there's a. Decision on what the matrix are, I'd be happy to put all of that together.
Well,
It won't, and it'd be easy, like, right?
but even apart from the matrix, I'm saying. What are your 3 biggest accomplishments since you started? That kind of answer, because I can think of some big ones. I can think of what they are, but I'd really like to hear your perspective and what you view
Mhm.
those as, because whether that fits there or not, you've taken on some challenges, you've addressed them in productive ways, and I think laying those out in that way will be helpful to us as board members as we. And it may even change, like, oh, wait, yeah, you did do this, and that addressed number 7, and we don't remember that until you lay it out.
Does the staff do this too? Do evaluations on each other and stuff?
It's up to us if we choose to directly seek input from staff. We did last year. And that's one of the things I brought up is, do we want to do that this year?
But Bill, you're asking if they evaluate each other,
Yeah.
like on the staff evaluations?
Yeah.
We don't do 360 reviews.
No.
It's just administrative.
It's very very determined by like. The framework that Washington State has, and then the one that TPEP, and then. Within the collective bargaining agreement, they determine which. Evaluation form that would be used, and so I do it, I'm the only evaluator in the district. I go in and sit for 30 minutes with each teacher. And observe them, and then we talk about that, and then somewhere over the course of the year, I do another 30 minutes, usually in 10-minute chunks. And then we meet and go over a rubric at the end of the year.
And so that's her role as principal. The state specifies the principal will do those evaluations.
I was just wondering. How would the staff react to the goals and stuff? How
Well,
everything's going?
yeah, I didn't know what you wanted, but
Because
you're
they know
asking
more
how
than
the
we do.
staff, right, how do the staff input for what we're putting together for goals?
Yeah.
Well, I think that one of the big things that we have right now that is a huge effort that will be able to be communicated to us as the BLT team, the building leadership team. Which I'm not 100% sure that's the same as this team down back here in the PCIA.
Yeah.
You said it is, the leadership team.
It
the
was at the
BLT.
time yeah. There are different members on it this year,
Sure.
because
That's why I wasn't sure. There were different names, yeah.
yeah,
So
so
that's one way that we can get input for establishment of goals for next year for Kelly, is through that team. And we could also seek input in other ways, but I don't think we want to go to every individual person. But you know, something to discuss with Kelly is how can we make sure that our goals are
What we're,
supporting staff.
it seems like what we're talking about is we're gonna get through an evaluation. Apart from goal setting. And then after that evaluation, we're gonna be goal setting for the 25-26 school year. And so, input on our goal setting. Could be open, everybody's welcome to give feedback, it's an open meeting process. We could send something out saying, hey, we're setting goals, if you have any, feedback to give us. And so I think since we're separating them, they're still both important, and as we do future evaluations, they'll be tied to the goal setting process.
Well, you know, Eric, in the past, we have had, like at whatever we have this spring, a music concert or something, we've had a table where people can fill out a postcard or something. And providing their input for goals that they'd like to see for the following school year. There's things like that, you know, different ways of doing that. That's just one little example that we could actually do to reach out to everyone.
My challenge, if I might take Kelly, would be with goals, at least to get it going, if not to set them. And by the way, I would think that this evaluation, we're probably targeting the March meeting at this point. Given that
Yes,
February is
because we're
happening.
committed to a short meeting.
But in the
February.
meantime, I think hopefully that gives us all time to provide some useful and meaningful feedback on an evaluation once I get that kind of form. With the goals, I think it would, you know, it's just more difficult with the board, right? Because you've got multiple people with different experiences, and I think it would really help us if you could help kind of craft how you see the potential goals. And maybe, you know, maybe a couple of them are growth goals, personal growth goals. But maybe they're mostly focused on, hey, this is how I'm seeing the development of the 26-27 school year. These are the things I think we should be focused on. And then let us, I mean, if we might, like, poke some holes in that or ask questions like, well, why did you decide this? Why not this? But that'll get us started. I think it's harder for us I think it's gonna be harder for us as a board to craft that from scratch.
I agree. I also feel like we have two sets of goals and they should be in alignment. We have our goals as a district, and that's what we should be asking. That's what we should be asking for community feedback on. Those are kind of almost the board goals, but they're our district goals. Then we have Kelly's job specific goals. And those job specific goals should be in alignment with what our goals are as a district, but it could include things that are specifically about how she accomplishes her job. And it's messy to me. I don't want to ask community members if Kelly should be receiving feedback better from staff. That's just that, you know, if that was what she's like, I would really like to step up how I interact with my staff for feedback. Right, like, and I'm gonna implement this in this way. That's not community feedback type of stuff that we're asking for. What we're asking for is, we're gonna be, I don't know, I don't know what it is for next year, but it would be more around, you know, we're focusing on making more room for our students, and we want to have a plan in place by the end of the year to have more room. And that's what we're building next year, right? That would be a district-wide board specific goal that we could lay out there for part of our engagement with the community. And so that would, you know, and Kelly's goal might be, I'm going to have that plan written for you. I'm going to research each of these things and we will have a yay or nay, or, you know, put it on hold by mid-year and, you know, ooh, that's how that could all align. And if we put that in as our priority, then that's what we can talk to people about, right? We're crowded. We want to come up with a solution. We want to come up with a 5-year plan to address that, or 3-year plan. That's the community conversation. And so
Kelly already does that stuff.
Absolutely.
She's good at it.
absolutely. And I'm not saying we do it for her. I'm saying we do this in alignment with her. But one set of goals is, here's the school's goals, the school's district's goals. And in alignment with that is the Kelly specific things, and they're tied, they need to be in alignment. If there's a disconnect between them, there's a problem.
Okay, so, I'll get the rubrics out to you. I will get the job description out to you.
That sounds great.
Is there any benefit to getting last year's goals plus the last year's accomplishments out at all? Are we pretty done with those goals, Kelly? Is there any blanks left?
I mean, I think they were, like, MTSS was a big part of it. Some of them are fully implemented, some of them are longer term,
Well,
like,
I
right,
don't think we'll
so
confuse
I don't
it by
know.
sending that out right now. We
No.
can have it at the next meeting.
So how did we do with for achieving our goals last year?
We did really well. Yeah, because what you saw up here was part of our goals. You know, focusing on students and students' needs. I don't remember how it was worded, but you could see in the graphs that we saw several meetings ago, after the last test that was given at different grade levels, you could see our improvements that were made there. Like she said, the MTSS system. We had a lot of information from the state on implementing that, but it wasn't fully implemented until this year, right? Started this year, the full
I
implementation.
would say we are doing all of the parts now, but we aren't like fully. We're doing all of the parts as far as like the interventions and things like that. And then like we also started the self-evaluation, but we haven't completed a self-evaluation. Like the rollout was, when it came out in the state, was a multi-year rollout, and we have really rapidly rolled it out to the best of our abilities, but we haven't been able to dig in all the way deep. Like part of it is to do like a fidelity checklist, to have
Yeah.
your own team evaluating instruction at the tier 1, the core level. We've looked at the questionnaire, but we definitely have not got staff evaluating other staff's instructional success. We're not there yet, like, right, but we've touched on each piece, but it is a multi-year rollout as far as what is happening with students and getting the framework built. I would say we're like 95% there, but it's not something that we don't just turn it on. It's not a light switch. We can't just like turn it on. So it's going to continue to roll out and get deeper into each part.
So it sounds like MTSS is one of the goals that will continue to be implemented.
So it's clear as mud, right?
Yeah.
So the one thing that's slightly, like, we'll get these materials, sounds like it's what Anita, like, to formulate this evaluation, the final, I don't know if it takes this form of kind of the WASD matrix plus a little bit of plain English. That gives us just a few things that keep us focused. If
I'm not
we need any
sure
help with that,
I think that what happened the previous time when we used it is that I couldn't modify the document because it's not in Word.
See,
And so I took at one point, I took, what I sent out to staff is I took things from that and put it kind of.
And I'm almost thinking that, and I think, yeah, there was the matrix we had last year, but what Kelly was showing us a minute ago on the screen was. It wasn't an evaluation form, it was more like these specific goals that I think would be useful to just talk through. But if we need, and I guess what I'm offering is. If it would help for someone to kind of go through and create a first draft of something, I'm happy to do that and give it, I just don't know how to get it out to the board or. If I could give it to you, Anita, and then we can send it out.
Or you could give it to Kelly. She could
So
offer,
you- yeah,
she could
so-
offer feedback
Yeah.
and then.
So
send it out
either
to
one
the
of us, any of us can send something out to the board, just remind the board not to respond.
Right, I just, yeah, so that's exactly what I'm trying to anticipate, it's like. We can't really have discussion about the form without being at a
Right.
meeting,
Right.
but can we? Yeah, so I don't,
Well,
and
you
I guess
send
we
it out
could.
and say, bring your comments to the meeting.
Yeah.
Why don't we do this? What if I could try to make some time, I could try to pull that together, some thoughts on it. I could get it to Kelly. For her feedback too, or further input, and we try to hit it as one of our items at next week's board meeting.
So did you have the blank
week
one
after.
there or just the example, Kelly?
It's just an example.
Huh?
It's just an example.
Okay,
Yeah, that's a completed matrix. I was talking about the one, the goal one, and that's what I think will be more useful for us to create a simple form. from.
I agree.
And then we can look at that hopefully relatively quickly at our February 17th meeting, I think it is. Agree, yep, this works. Yeah, we'd love to do more in the future, but could this work for this time? Then we'll have a whole month where we can individually work on that. And we'll come back in that March board meeting and share our individual thoughts, and that'll constitute then that evaluation. Which I would say then should kick off the goal setting, and that's where I think, Kelly, you coming up with. Your list of potential goals. Based on how you see where 26, 27 is going, and
Well, and
we'll start that process.
so. When I think about it, like goals for like my job description, they're much less tied to the school year and more tied to like. Like behavior, like, right? So like I look at these and it's like impactful instructional leadership. Like that goal never should change. But how I prove that I had impactful instructional leadership is the data that will change year to year.
Well, no, yeah, I think.
Like, right, so
You need
like,
something specific that is in alignment with that
yeah,
topic or that.
right, exactly. So I think it really comes down to these like broad goals, supportive climate for students, staff and community, and then it falls upon my shoulders to provide you with artifacts about how I've done that, and then any like feedback that you've heard that maybe counters it, and then like is like, well, what about this? Like
Yeah.
it's not as specific as like the metrics, or it's really hard. I think it's really hard. I just think it's really hard to come up with it. And then, and I agree though, Eric, that there should be some self-reflection in it as far as like highlights and areas of opportunity, and then like personal.
Yeah, and I feel like sometimes when you get into the smart type of stuff, it's an art and it can feel very artificial
Mhm.
to like, it's easy to create the wrong thing and then you're managing towards the wrong result.
Exactly.
And so, but it doesn't discount the value of that. It's like, get better, we get better at like choosing the
is that?
right things. And in some cases, there isn't.
Can you just forward
If
this
it's just-
thing right now to me via email?
In some cases, it isn't like, I don't know what. Is a specific goal around my responsibilities. To provide leadership or instruction. And maybe there isn't, right? Like in some cases, that almost falls more to the KPI that you're not. Having bad interactions with it and you're helping people grow. But there's something else that is there that's like, I'm gonna focus on getting this accomplished. Not what you're doing day to day, but what are we trying to build, what are we trying to accomplish.
So John was suggesting we have comments on the next board meeting.
So I'm suggesting that between now and the next board meeting on February 17th, we're gonna come up with. I'll help put together a quick form. It'll be a 1 to 2 page thing. with some questions about Kelly's performance. We'll agree on that form at the next board meeting and kind of agree, yep, this looks like it'll work. And if we can all agree on it, then we'll take it, we'll have another month to individually fill that out and make comments. Then at our March meeting, we will come together, and part of the March meeting will be sharing our individual comments in this board setting.
And I would suggest we don't do it, policy in March, we'll just do the review.
I would agree, except we do keep pushing policies, and that was a side point that I think, are we gonna try to table policies from the February meeting to keep that short? I
Yes.
think it's on the agenda right now, but that would mean 2 months of doing that, so.
Yeah, we committed to keeping the February board meeting short.
But yeah, we might want to table.
We
Well,
can just look at any that are critical.
Yeah, let's do,
If
if
they're,
it's critical, we get them addressed, we'll address them, but let's push anything we can push and get the review done.
I imagine it's gonna be a very policy heavy summer.
Yeah.
But we'll keep on the critical and like anything that's discretionary. Can possibly go off.
Okay, that sounds like a great plan. We want to be sure we go over the first page in your notebook regarding PCIA. Is there anything else we need to bring up first?
Anita, do you have another copy of that? I believe mine is in my truck, but it might be at my house, or I'll just look over your shoulder.
No, sure.
She's even going.
So,
I just.
I think we just stick to page one at this point. We have had 8 years, eight awesome years with a lot of significant efforts to improve our academy over the last year. That have been difficult for our students, as we've already discussed. But let's go beyond that and look at our academy. How is it doing? How can we keep it the #1 in the state? It's very unusual. And how can we keep it innovative? And what new things can we come up with? What can we improve? What have we learned? What things do we need to drop out because it really isn't working for our environment? And I know that, now Kelly, aren't you talking about some of this stuff in the BLT? And so the board can have their idea of our academy and what the board created. But how it's working? Really, we need the input from the professors and the students.
Yeah.
How is it coming along? How is it working? Their ideas so that we can improve our academy and continue to take it forward for another 8 years or 10 years as a premier option for our students.
So the board didn't put this together.
Yeah, they did. This list, you mean?
Well,
The academy?
academy and stuff.
Yeah, we did.
Oh,
We did. So I was on the board when we started it. Eric was on the board when we created it. So, I'll say we, but we had a board member, Angela, who was just fabulous at researching and learning things. And she found the law that allowed us to create a 9th academy for 9 through 12, because we are not a high school district. Under the state, we are not a high school district. And so we did, if you go through the tab,
yeah.
It started as a community action group, and there were people involved that were not on the board.
right?
But
Yeah, originally there was a project, I think it still exists, it's called the XQ project,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think. And it was sort of, I can't remember, funded by some big group that was like wanting to consider doing big different things in education, and they were looking for big ideas, like how could we do school different or education? And so they would like give out these huge grants of millions of dollars, and what you had to do to get it was put together an idea and pitch it to them. And so Angela, my late wife, kind of, I think, was the one that figured this out, and then she began to kind of dig into that and be like, oh, and I think the origins of it were a little bit what PCIA is, and it came together.
Yeah,
And
we were
And-
finalists.
yeah, we were finalists. We didn't end up winning it, but I think somewhere along the way, and she had been on the board. At that point, she was off of the board. But she'd been on the board during a time of very difficult change where the school was right at, kind of the razor's edge of not surviving. And we had to make a lot of very difficult cuts, for the school to be able to survive. And so she was just like, how can we get out of this permanent position of being right on the razor's edge of existence? And, you know, you had to know Angela, but like she would just pour through the RCWs, looking at the laws online, and she found this thing about the Innovation Academy
Right.
that Washington state law allows. That's unique to K-8 districts, so non-high districts. And it lets you form a cooperative innovation academy. And the beautiful thing is that it completely changes the funding of the school, and it allows us to bring in a high school program. And it really stayed for Mill A, it's just, you can't overstate how important it is to stabilizing our funding and our outlook for the
I
future.
don't know, that first year I was on the board. We had not gone forward with this yet. We were talking, were some initial conversations. I don't know how many calls I had with Angela that first year where she was like, no, but Eric, this, look at this, and we're doing this. And we had a superintendent at the time who, as we got to the spring that first year, we started talking about, no, this, I think we want to move forward in doing this. And he had no desire to launch a high school. And so that's how we ended up with Bob as our superintendent before he was, because he was an assistant. And he was like, nope, I'm gone, I'm out of here. And we moved forward with launching anyway.
Yeah.
And that was that, into that second year, over that summer, we put everything together, we sent it into the state. And then launched the Innovation Academy.
So what you see in your notebook is our dream, which is pieces that were cut out of this. And this first one that you see in the notebook is the presentation the board did to the public and about the academy and what was envisioned and what we wanted to accomplish. And then the next tab that looks like this is the one that was sent to the state, telling them what we were going to do. The next tab is the law, Innovation Academy Cooperatives. This is the law that we were created under. And so it's fascinating reading because there is enormous amount of work that went into by Eric and the board and Angela at that time. And, you know, others, you
Oh,
know,
yeah.
provided
And Bob,
input.
yeah.
Unofficially, the public, members of the public volunteered to help. So it was a fabulous thing. And we owe it to them. We owe it to our students to make sure it continues to be the very best.
It
And
seems like
there's a,
the superintendent, principal. They make to me, since I've been here, they make the goals in the outlook of our future. And we just sit here, okay. That's what it feels to do.
it can appear that way. And one way it appears that way is through policy, because all our policies practically are implementing a law. That's very frustrating. But as far as goals, it's the responsibility of the board to set the district goals. And then the superintendent to establish goals underneath that on how to accomplish the district goals that the board set. Now, you won't see them written down necessarily too often, but
When do we make district goals? Have we done it since I've been here?
no, we have not done
Okay.
it since you've been here, right?
That's why.
And that's why
Yeah.
we started this. The vision, which is on a board somewhere, but it's not in here, was created quite a few years ago. And that was for Mill A School. The vision for the Pacific Crest Academy is taken out of the first couple of pages here that shows our vision for the academy. And that's why we started, that's one of the reasons we started this. It originally started as a session to establish a mission and goals. Well, then we had so many new board members come on that we really need to kind of pull ourselves together and see where we're at as a whole team so that we're all working together. That's my view.
I also think that one way, just kind of an alternative thought, every year when we set the budget and approve the budget, that's essentially a goal. We're saying, here's the goal for the district. It's reducing it to a bunch of numbers. But we are the goal setters for the district. Now, we're constrained by laws and rules and we're limited in what we can do, but But yeah,
And Bill, I think that it hasn't been as easily identifiable, right? Like, we did not have an administrator say, hey, let's change the whole look of our district and let's launch a high school with a college and high school program, right? That came out of a lot of board interaction. As we've changed administrative structure here, that's been board vision. Like, we have administration that looks different now, right? That's board goal setting at some level. That, you know, and then a lot of the delegation to our administrator, even if we're delegating, we're still responsible for those changes that we're putting in place. And so a lot of the stuff that Kelly's coming back to us and saying she wants to do, we're saying, we're on board with that. And so that's board goal setting. That's board vision. And we need to be, you know, as we've gone through a lot of change, some of the structure around that has become more, for a real technical term, gooey gooey.
That's pretty technical.
Yeah, exactly. And so Kelly is saying, hey, we've cleaned up a lot. Let's clean up our own structure around what our, you know, how we've defined our vision and our values. And we need to listen to that and continue that discussion.
I'm glad you do what you do. I'm not complaining. I'm just trying to figure out what our job is and what we're really doing.
Yeah.
Well, I think like, for me, having, you know, really high level goals sets me off to go do what I do. Like, right, like, there's a reason I've been in school for 12 years, to be able to be the one who goes, no, you got to speed that pacing up, even though intuitively everyone thinks you got to slow down, like, right? But if you just give me a really broad goal, then I can go figure out how to make it come to life. But I need to know what direction you want
Sure.
to turn the ship into. That's really all, that's, for me, that's really all I feel like I would need, is just point me in a direction and give me a destination, and I will tell you how we're gonna get there, like, right? Like, because you got, like, the day-to-day stuff, you haven't gone to school for that. No one would expect you to have that level of knowledge, but where do we wanna go? What's our vision? What's our mission statement? And what are the board's priorities? And then I can go do my best to accomplish it and report back to you.
And I think that establishing a mission is the very first thing you do. It's a vision. Establishing your vision for the future, and then establishing goals underneath that would still be district wide. And then underneath that, you have goals and guidelines and objectives. If you follow down the
Right.
process, yeah, that Kelly would implement. But we did spend time on her job description. The
We did.
board did spend time writing Kelly's job description.
And a contract, and like,
And
what does
the
it look like
contract,
over the next amount of time? And what
Uh-huh.
do we?
Yeah, and so that was part of our establishment of what we wanted to see.
so to anchor back to PCIA, if I could, Anita, I've loved having, you know, getting back into this and looking at it and thinking about how is it different now, or how do I perceive it as different versus how it's the same. I think my fundamental thing is it's like I said, I think PCIA is so critical to the future of the school. We have to make it work. But at the same time, I'm super curious, like if there's, whether it's from you, Kelly, or from our staff and instructors, ways in which we think we need to make some bigger changes. I would love to know that so that, yeah, we can agree on that as a board.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure that even exists, but if it does, yeah, I think it merits
Well,
very
you
much.
said something, and I'm glad you said, I didn't want to say it when we were talking about out of district students, but. If we did not have out of district students and we did not have PCIA, we would have a school of about 20 kids. That's what we had in 2015, 2014, 15, 16.
And then we get down to like either 23,
19,
yeah.
19, I think, was our lowest number. And of course, you know, in a heyday of a robust Forest Service station and research station, et cetera, we had over 80 kids. But things have changed, and now our out of district students bring us funding.
How did
But that
you
is not a
survive?
decision factor because students come first.
I
No,
would
it's
just add
a small
one
school fund.
subtlety to that. Yeah, first of all, K-8 is funded through the small school funding formula, which is sort of
Crazy.
ridiculously complex. PCIA, by and large, now correct me if I'm wrong, is a little bit more of a fixed funding.
It is.
It
So
is,
we
yes.
get it, whether we have one kid in PCIA or 25 or 30. We're gonna
Right.
relatively get the same amount of funding. Which is partly why it's so critical, and it lends stability to our K-8 program, which on its own is just at the razor's edge of being able to make it.
It's honestly without PCIA. And people think that the school limited enrollment and didn't allow people to enroll and we cut it off. It never happened. It was like, we will cut it off at a level that the school can support itself in a sustainable way. But the school never said no more students. There was just so much turmoil going on through that period with the cuts that the enrollment shrunk and parents took their kids out of school in that time. So we've never used the, you could only have 20. Now, as we've gotten over the 40, there's been a few times where I think, and I think you.
Well, that's kind of our funding cutoff.
Yeah.
So we do have that in our policy, but,
Yeah,
um,
we need to like, what is the right way to have the classroom definition be sustainable? But yeah,
but there are schools with fewer kids. If you look at Star School up on the Palouse River, it's a one-room school, K through 12. You know what?
but answering these questions, it's like, how do we answer? What data points do we use as a board to answer these questions?
I think these are things that stimulate our imagination, our talk. We don't have to specifically answer them. This gets us started thinking
Yeah,
and doing our best job to come up with super good ideas. Is our dream coming true? It's our new dream.
and I don't, even back on like the, not micromanaging Kelly, like her job is to implement things and say that'll work, that won't work. It's still okay for us to say like, hey, do we give our high school students the opportunity to be teachers' assistants and do some mentorship for a class or something like that? Kelly said, well, the dynamics in today's educational environment means that doesn't work like it used to, or maybe it does. I don't know what her answer would be, but that's the kind of question I think she would expect us to ask her, and then she'll come back and we can have that discussion.
I think that along that line, you know, what if we presented this page as a stimulator to our professors?
I mean, I have no objection, and I bet I would imagine there's probably been lots of conversation around some of these questions, and so, yeah, that, it's kind of back to what I said, like, I would be curious to know are there ways in which we would want to shift the program? And if there are, I would just love to learn more about that. But all of that under the guise of, yeah, I think PCIA is both a massive opportunity, but it's also a big risk factor because it's so critical to the success of the school. We at the same time have to be careful to maintain what it is. Which isn't to say it can't change. I think it can and should change, but we just want to understand the risk, I guess.
And I think that's where the board comes up with a mission, and our mission is to, yeah, I mean, you know, just something off the top of my head, to maintain our innovative academy as a premier opportunity for students that is relationship-based and innovative in allowing students choices as they develop and move through their educational process. You know, some overall thing that gives Kelly the freedom to make changes within PCIA to meet the goals that the board envisions for our students.
But then
That's just.
what's specific and actionable about that is what Kelly was asking for, right? Like,
Yeah.
what does that look like? We can like compare, there's that next layer of, all right, in alignment with that, here's what we want to see. What is that?
And I
But
think
we
that's,
have five instructors that have been here for almost 8 years, four at least that have been here 8 years. We really need to listen to them too.
Yeah,
well, I think that's where the building leadership team
can help.
taking on the mission and vision work is so important. Because they are they do have the historical and vision of what's working well, what needs to stay, what needs to change, and how to enact it. And then we can bring that back to the board. And then it is almost grassroots, right? And then if there's something that needs to be, that's not quite right, then we can kind of have that back and forth. But I think that originating it with students and
Yeah.
staff is the way to.
Oh, I 100% agree. Part of what we did is, when I talked about doing all that SWOT analysis, we did a couple days of that with our whole staff in different teams before we had a leadership retreat where we spent 2 days, taking that into what we were doing. And a lot of it, we were like, yeah, let's do this. Other stuff like, well, that isn't seeing the whole picture and we need to make these adjustments. But we were very careful in that, but we're not saying anything. We're just asking questions for that initial. We want to get your unbiased, because some of our staff came up with stuff that if we had laid everything out to start with, they never would have. And that's super valuable to get that perspective.
Okay, so we're late.
Yeah.
So we will see each other. Don't forget, we have a special meeting on Tuesday at 5 p.m.
We are having a meeting, or you get a phone call tomorrow.
We'll confirm tomorrow.
Well, I called the meeting. We're having a meeting, so it's happening unless I cancel it.
Yeah.
So I sent out an announcement of the meeting and I attached to it the policy. But I believe somebody's gonna deliver a hard copy policy to Bill for the meeting on Tuesday, so he could read it.
We can, sure, yeah,
And Joan. And Joan.
we can do that right now.
So we're
Stick around,
meeting
okay.
at 5 p.m. on Tuesday. I don't anticipate that will go very long. Especially, we are only, our avenue is very narrow, and I detailed that in the email. What our responsibilities are. Our next meeting is the following Tuesday on the 17th, and that's our regular board meeting. It'll be a short one. It's on Tuesday because Monday is a holiday. Do you want more like this for the BLT?
Not at this time.
Okay.
Or what?
I
Leadership.
was wondering if she wanted more notebooks like this for the BLT team members.
So to kind of thinking ahead, like, I think. To recap, March will be then kind of an agenda item will be the superintendent evaluation. I think from that we'll springboard hopefully into the goal setting for the next year. And yeah, I think one of the things we wanted to talk about is there a follow-on retreat? And whether it's a retreat or just part of a special meeting, or I know we start having additional meetings for the budget, but I could see digging deeper into the goal setting process. And or if there is feedback that's going to begin percolating up about PCIA or other mission and vision stuff for the school, then I think that's like we could review that in a follow-on retreat meeting.
I think retreats work real well because you're really pretty focused on one thing.
Yeah.
And we don't have to worry about, getting the invoices signed and all that kind of stuff. And then we might be able to encourage more participation or observation by the public, or we even could have a retreat where we invite people to bring information or ideas or presentation or something.
So how did everybody feel about today?
Feel about what?
Today,
Oh.
about this format? It's interesting. It's been. Well, it's been good to discuss things at a deeper level and talk about what we're really doing and why.
Yeah.
My perspective.
I agree, and it's why I'm thinking those two things, like I could see. Spending on a dedicated meeting on the goal setting for Kelly, because it's really, if it involves Kelly, it's the whole district. So I could see spending another meeting on that topic and narrowing in on what the goals should be for the following year. And then I can also see another retreat potentially just around based on discussion today, other things percolating up from your BLT. Of how do we narrow into a vision and mission statement?
Well, and it might be good. Honestly, if they get to that point. To invite them. To something that we could interact with them on like what they've developed so far, we can talk about as a.
They can even do a presentation to us. We can
Yeah.
have a PCIA professor or two and,
Or we could do a presentation at a board meeting and then have a follow-up retreat.
if that's a good idea too.
Yeah.
You know, we didn't allow it. You get everything done that Kelly wanted to because we had a lot of questions, and a lot of
But
feedback.
that's perfect, right? Way more important to have those deep, good discussions than get through the agenda, because
Got
we can
more
always do it again.
understanding than just.
Yeah.
Well,
That's the benefit of the retreat, right? We're able to. We have the time to dive into. Something that we, realize we need to dive into.
Well, I think, hope, Kelly, that you learned a little bit about not only each of us board members on our uniqueness as a team member, but also what the board themselves view as important, because you can see what we kind of focused on. You could guide our focus, but we certainly aren't shy about talking.
No, no. Millie is not shy about sharing anything. I learned,
The outspoken.
yeah.
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you guys.
Yeah,
This is
thank you
great.
for the time. Thank you guys. Thank you, Jessica.
Thank you, Jessica.
Oh, yes, so, okay, motion to adjourn. All right, we all are adjourned by unanimous decision at 12 minutes after 2.
Okay.
Thank you.
On.
all.
Oh, you're welcome.